Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandra Bonanno. You can call me Alex, and welcome to the 30-minute meditation class for the RedLine 48 Hours Virtual Summit. Before I begin, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone at RedLine for inviting us to lead a meditation class for this wonderful 48-hour summit on Afrofuturism. I'm personally looking forward to participating and listening in and watching. And I hope you enjoy this meditation class as well. You're actually right now in my home because our physical space is closed due to the COVID pandemic. So we're all teaching classes from home or from our meditation house, which is in Cap Hill. So welcome again. My name is Alex, and I'm going to guide a 30-minute meditation, which is based on a series that we actually just currently ended. It was on the future. It was titled "The Future Is Now: Harnessing Spiritual Power for Change." So I'm going to try to condense an hour and a half class, a 6-week series into 30 minutes, a 30-minute meditation. So I hope you bear with me and you can enjoy it. It'll all be guided. So no worries at all. And I also wanted to say to you all that everyone is welcome to all our classes at the Kadampa Meditation Center. I'm one of the teachers at the Buddhist Center there in Denver, and all our classes are now live stream, and they're all online live stream. So feel free, anybody can register and participate in our classes, and we have a variety of different types of classes that you can enjoy, 30 minutes to retreats and hour and a half long classes as well. Okay, so let me get on with the meditation class. I just wanted to say also that one of the things that we always have to remember when we're meditating and when we're about to embark on a meditation class is to always just let go of all your expectations that you think your meditation should have. All the expectations should just go away. It will make your meditation experience more lighter, more joyful, and you'll enjoy every aspect of it. I think for a lot of us, we bring in all these expectations into our meditation experience, and then we don't end up enjoying, our meditation. So just right now, make a decision to let go of all the expectations and just simply enjoy the experience of the meditation and try to take it to heart, because meditation is a powerful tool to bring our future into the present and not wait until happiness comes maybe someday in the future. With meditation, we can bring that experience of happiness, of freedom from suffering and problems right here, right now. In the moment, we can bring our future now. And the way we do that through meditation is by harnessing our spiritual power, which is our potential, what Buddha called our Buddha nature, our potential for peace, for joy, for happiness, that it is completely indestructible. No matter how many negative minds come up during the day and every day in our life, no matter how much we experience anxiety or depression or sadness or anger, it doesn't matter. Those states of mind of negativity are superficial, and they never ever destroy our spiritual power, our inner peace, our Buddha nature. Buddha called our Buddha nature, he compared it to a gold nugget. And that it is indestructible. No matter how much dirt you put on a gold nugget, you can always remove the dirt, and the gold is still there. And it's the same with our mind. Our mind is by nature pure. It's by nature clear, expansive, happy, peaceful, loving, compassionate. And these are all powerful minds that we can harness from within. And by harnessing those minds, we can definitely and truly change the world. We can change our life, and we can change and have a big impact in our world, because we need a lot more people meditating right now. We need to start meditating. We need to start changing our inner environment. That way our outer environment can instantly change. We can't only try to change our outer environment. If you haven't noticed, there's no way to change things just by doing that. We need to change what's happening from within our mind. So this is a 30-minute meditation, and 30-minute meditation class, actually. And it's based on the series, Our Future is Now, Harnessing Spiritual Power for Change. And for the meditation for today, it's going to be quite simple and profound, actually, very powerful. I'll guide you into a breathing meditation. We'll calm our mind. We'll connect to that spiritual power from within, our Buddha nature, that golden nugget. And then we're going to spend some time there, just resting our mind there, connecting to that, identifying with that, because we need to understand that there is a counterpoint to all the negativity that's arising from within. We need to identify with that counterpoint, with that our peaceful nature. So in that way, we feel empowered every day to let go of the negative states of minds, and we feel encouraged to meditate so that we can truly change ourselves and change the world. So meditation in general, if you haven't noticed already, is very popular. But even though it's so popular, so many apps, and there's also a lot of different types of meditation centers, there's still a lot of confusion about what meditation really is. And what is it for, actually? Most of the time we hear meditation being advertised as a way to reduce stress, to feel better temporarily, which is all fantastic. It's great. We do need to feel better. We do need to reduce our stress. We do need to reduce our anxiety. But in Buddhist meditation in general was introduced by Buddha as a tool for profound change, actually. He taught 84,000 teachings, and those 84,000 teachings were not solely breathing meditations. So we didn't teach 84,000 teachings of breathing. So this is all to say that meditation is meant not only to temporarily reduce our anxiety, which is a good way to begin, but it's also meant to completely transform our life, completely transform our mind, connect to our potential, and to destroy all our negativities permanently. And why are we doing that? So that we can actually be able to change the world, to have an impact in the world. Without inner peace, without that powerful experience of inner peace and love and compassion, without connecting to our spiritual power, harnessing that experience of inner peace, there's no way that we can change the world as it is. It's impossible, because happiness and suffering are states of minds, our minds. And this is easy to prove. We've tried our best to remove our problems and suffering by distracting ourselves with, all kinds of stuff, our phones, our television programs, traveling, whatever we can do, which is in it of itself is fine. But if we're using it as a tool to remove our suffering and our problems and to forget, then we're not, and to connect to happiness, then that's not where happiness is coming from. Happiness is a state of mind. And suffering is also a state of mind. Our problems arise from our states of mind. So meditation is a powerful tool to connect to our potential every single day that is indestructible, that golden nugget. And from that perspective is how we can change ourselves in the world. It's not the other way around. It'll never work that way because we can see that. We're already trying our best to manipulate externals all the time, manipulate people, try to change things, and we're constantly frustrated and up against walls, and the suffering just still keeps coming, problems still keep arising. And that's because happiness and suffering is a state of mind. So when we're meditating, we're engaging in a powerful mental action that is going to allow us to use our body and our speech to change our life and to help others. Our mental action is the most powerful action. It is not our physical action. The reason why our body even engages in anything, and the reason why we even say anything to other people, it's because of our mental action. Our mind is what gives us the ability to use our body and our speech. So that's why it's imperative for us to really learn to look at our inner environment first. That should be number one for us every day. That should be the number one thing that we do for ourselves. That's a gift for us, and that is a compassionate gift for others. To bring into this world a positive mind, to learn to connect to our potential, our inner peace, and use that, harness that for actual change, for true change. In Buddhism, we call that enlightenment. So a lot of people think enlightenment is this fairy tale thing. I know. I mean, we are so confused about so many things, and I can guarantee you that once you start connecting to your potential, engaging in meditation, training in love and compassion, and wisdom, bringing some wisdom into your mind, everything is going to change. You're going to see the possibility for yourself for change. So meditation is very popular. People are confused, and that's actually one of the confusions. It's just a tool for feeling better sometimes, but meditation is actually a powerful tool for permanent change. Through connecting to our Buddha nature, that gold nugget. It's also one of the other misconceptions that I've heard about meditation is that it's a selfish act. That what is it that we're doing? We're just sitting there with our eyes closed, meditating. How does that have an impact in the world? But in fact, everything that I just said explains why it's not a selfish act. Our mind is the most powerful tool we have for transformation. And meditation is the only method for us to connect to that. And when we are in charge of our mind, when we're actually learning to let go of negativity that creates suffering and problems for ourselves and for others in this world, we are empowering ourselves and we are developing love and compassion. That act of meditation is a compassionate act for the world because you're choosing to bring your better self into this world. And just by doing that, you're improving everyone's life that you interact with. So how can that be a selfish act? So it appears that we're not doing anything, we're meditating, but that's all. But in reality, we're transforming. We're truly transforming ourselves in our mind. So please remember, every time you meditate, you are creating the causes to experience happiness, to change your life, to truly change your life. And you're bringing happiness into the present moment. You're bringing your future into the present. You're not chasing after an imaginary happiness out there, outside of your mind. You're actually bringing, through meditation, you're choosing to bring happiness into your life every single moment. And you're also choosing to let go of all the negativity that's arising. And just by doing that, It's so encouraging because you just through doing a simple breathing meditation, which I'll guide you in today, will show you that you don't need any external anything. Not a phone, not a person, not a place, not a thing. You don't need any external objects to enjoy happiness, to have happiness, and to remove suffering. All you need is to connect to your gold nugget. That's all you need. All right, so we have about maybe 15 minutes left for the class. And so let's begin. If you want, you can stand up for a little bit and just stretch. If you don't, then we can just begin by sitting comfortably with your back straight. So the most important thing when you're meditating is to have a straight back but relaxed. This is not the military. So we have a straight back but relaxed. That keeps us from falling asleep or becoming sluggish in our meditation. It allows the winds within our body to flow so that way we don't fall asleep. And we can position our hands the way we feel most comfortable. Usually the way we do it is we place our right palm on top of our left with the thumb slightly touching right below our belly button, our navel. If that's not comfortable for you, then you can just place them on your lap. The important thing is that you have a back straight but relaxed. And you can sit on a chair, or if you wish, on a cushion. It's all up to you. Don't force yourself to sit on a cushion if you're not comfortable with that. Sit where you are the most comfortable. That way your meditation is more enjoyable and you can focus more on your innards rather than the physical body. And you can gently close your eyes. And just allow all the tension to flow away from your body. You can notice if you're holding any tension and just simply allow it to fall away like heavy luggage. Allow it to melt away. And so now you can just simply generate a loving motivation for being here, for engaging in this meditation. And you can think, I will use this meditation class, this experience of meditation, to improve myself, to connect to my good qualities, my gold nugget, my inner peace. So in that way I can improve myself for the benefit of everyone in my life, family, friends, everyone that I meet or think about. And you can hold that loving motivation to heart, allowing your mind to mix with that loving motivation for as long as you can. With this motivation, we can begin our meditation. And you can just spend some time, maybe for a minute or two, just simply observing your mind, observing how thoughts come and go, how sensations come and go, how sounds come and go from your mind. Just spend some time observing that from a quiet corner of your mind without following any of the thoughts, without engaging with them. Just simply observing from that quiet space of your mind. You can ask yourself, is your mind happy? Or does it feel a bit scattered or unhappy? Does it feel still, peaceful? Or does it feel busy or dull? Just check without engaging with the thoughts or sensations that arise, just observing. You can observe how painful it is to have a mind that is constantly jumping from one thought to the next without any control. And how wonderful it would be if you can connect to your inner peace, to your stillness, the vast clarity of your peaceful mind. So for this reason, we can make a decision to do that, to connect to our peaceful nature. So now you can gently bring your mind, your focus to your breathing. Just gently observing the natural flow as you inhale and exhale through your nostrils without changing the natural rhythm of your breath. Just simply follow your inhalation and exhalation through your nostrils. And you can do this each on your own, very gently, without any expectations. Just take a few moments to do this, following the natural rhythm of your breath as you inhale and exhale through your nostrils. Continue to follow the natural rhythm of your breath as you inhale and exhale through your nostrils, to the exclusion of everything else. Just gently focusing on your breath. If you find that your mind follows a distraction, no worries. As soon as you notice it, just gently bring your awareness back to your breath and continue to enjoy that experience of your inhalation and exhalation. And if through following your breath, a peaceful, still experience arises from within, just gently rest your mind there. Allow your awareness to rest with any experience of peace that arises from within. And just simply think, this is me. This experience of peace is me. It is my golden nugget. This is my potential. And just rest your mind with that experience, identifying with it moment by moment for as long as you can. So how wonderful would it be if you could connect to your gold nugget, your spiritual power, your potential every single day. And as a consequence, you can bring happiness into the present moment every single day. And therefore be able to help others in the most beneficial way. So you can make a decision in the last few moments of the meditation to do just that. To bring meditation into your life, connect to your potential every day so that you can improve yourself for the benefit of everyone in this world. You can hold that loving decision to heart for as long as you can. So when you're ready, you can gently relax your concentration and open your eyes. Okay, thank you everyone for joining me here in this meditation class for the RedLine 48-hour summit. We went a little over time. I meant to read something from our book, which is actually a free ebook. You can always download it online. It's How to Transform Your Life. It has a really beautiful section on what is meditation. And it describes what meditation is, the function of it, the benefits, and also gives you a lot of different types of Buddhist meditations to do from home. And we also teach from all these Buddhist books as well in our center. So thank you for joining me, and I hope we get to see you in one of our classes, on our online classes as of now. If you're interested, you can go into our website. We're Kadampa Meditation Center, and our website is meditationincolorado.org, all spelled out. All right, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Bye.
This poem is for Toyin, who was raped and then murdered, not at the hands of the police, but at the hands of a community member, someone who she believed she should have been able to trust. And her death reminds me of, and her life, more importantly, her life reminds me of my own, of friends and cousins. Being a Black woman, there are so many times where we are thought of as disposable. Toyi was a community organizer. She rallied and fought and used her whole entire being to advocate for Black people, for all Black people. And too often, women like her, women like us, are not cared for, are not taken care of. And it removes us from ourselves. It literally removes us from our bodies. Um, and I think that that is something that is extremely important for us to think about when we're thinking about art as a movement, when we're thinking about a movement in general. Who is leading it? And are we caring for them? So this poem is for Toyin. Toyin, I have kissed cousins and sweet sisters on the cheek over and over, their names, Toyin, like you. Olua Toyin, God is worthy to be praised. God who recovers. Girls like us with names that tell the stories of heaven are born as evidence that God is still present in all storms. Too often, when our fathers pray for remedy and God appears, a wise woman, they ask her to prove herself. They ask God to tell her name in a way that is not natural to her. And this is how daughters come to raise their families. And when we, the divine, take our seventh day of rest, the disciples revolt. They question God and kill her form. We are owed more. We are owed. We are owed. The time has come to pay. This is a poem that is currently untitled, that is continuously and purposefully taking form. A poem that I invite you all to also write in your own way. But it is a dream. What shape does my body take in the new world? Is it a wood house perched atop the pulverized remains of the White House? Is it a winding creek of blood irrigating new meadows? Do I become a seed bursting from concrete? Do I stretch and multiply into a vessel for the new wise ones? Do I finally see a person and not a protest in the mirror? Do I become borderless? Do the crimes I survived get stuck in my teeth? Or does the ripe joy I have bitten into fill my mouth with new song? What shape do my scars take? When I undo the skin-ripping laces of expectation, the stares of men, the weight of a learned gender. What sound does the name of God make from my healed throat? What is the dreamscape of my rested mind? What do I do with all this time? Hello, my name is Toluwanimi Obiwole. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, organizer, intuitive healer, and consultant. I am really excited to converse with you all today about my relationship with Afropresentism, its relationship to Afrofuturism, how I engage with that in my art, and the conversations that I feel that we need to have as art community members, as Afro-diasporic community members, as Black community members, in order to make these concepts real and immediate and accessible for us. So to begin this conversation, we're gonna talk about some of the definitions and understandings of these concepts of Afrofuturism and Afropresentism. Just real quick off the bat. So Afrofuturism was a term that was coined by Mark Derry, who is not a member of the Afro diaspora, is not Black, does not identify as Black. But in my understanding, and in many other people who have engaged with the concept of Afrofuturism and their understanding, the coining of the term does not mean necessarily the beginning of the movement. So for me, the definition of Afrofuturism is very much embodied in the work of artists such as like Sun Ra, in which they're talking about this movement of Black peoples and Black bodies, migration, how Black bodies have interacted with, yes, technology, and with how their culture has evolved over time. And so yes, that is the definition of Afrofuturism. So it is an aesthetic that is incorporated in art, music, fashion, so many things. It is a movement as well that has metaphysical legs and properties of it, but it is a way of thinking about culture, art, technology, and movement that is centered around Black people and the Afro diaspora. And so for me, engaging with Afrofuturism and Afropresentism is solely a conversation between, and not always about, but between Black artists, Afro-diasporic artists. And what I mean by Afro-diaspora is the many movements over different time periods, not just the transatlantic slave trade, but the many movements of Black people throughout history from the continent of Africa all over the world. So that is what diaspora means to me. Afropresentism is a concept and term that has been far more recently engaged with. A friend of mine, actually, Nima Gatir, is the one who first coined the term Afropresentism, that is being engaged with and has been engaged with for a few years now. The definition that Nima Gatir gives for Afropresentism is: Afropresentism is channeling your ancestry through every technology at your disposal: meditation, conversation, love, the web, and turning absolutely anything into a portal that takes you precisely where you need to be in this moment towards the next, until finally the space between dream and the memory collapses into being your reality. Now. It is the present. And so this definition is like very expansive. It is fluid. It's a container that has allowances. So this is a way of, if we're going to make it like very immediate, we can say that Afrofuturism is kind of the mother, or the mothership, the motherland from which Afropresentism is being born, is being lived. So, for instance, Sun Ra spoke about being from Saturn, spoke about this idea of a motherland that was otherworldly, that was not in relation to where he was then. And in Afropresentism, we take that concept of the mothership of Saturn and we make it very immediate. And we apply it to the continent of Africa and also the diasporic regions where people of the Afro diasporas have gone. So it is very much, it is a technology. So just as Afrofuturism is a technology for Black people to see themselves in the future, to place themselves there, Afropresentism is a technology that allows us to live that future. Afropresentism is saying, I can live my future now. There are ways in which I am dreaming of the future as this like alternative place, but there are ways in which I can do that now. There are ways in which I can be present in making that future happen. And so that requires, Afropresentism is really where I personally, as a Black artist, want to live. For me, as a Black artist, Afropresentism is a space where I want to live because it is a sort of encrypted space. And encryption is, I'm using a lot of tech language right now, which I think is actually like really necessary for people to know and understand. But it is, and what I mean by encrypted spaces, it is a space that requires you constantly checking in. It requires a key, and that key is your direct engagement with what is going on within you, your direct engagement with your dreams. That is what Afropresentism is for me, and it forces me, not even forces me, it allows me to create in the ways in which I want to move, and not just imagine whatever it is that I want, but to move in a way where I understand that I have the immediate resources. Afropresentism is a way of doing art that is accessible to all Black people. Afropresentism is accessible because it is an act of creating, archiving, and shaping space in a way that stimulates a very ancestral idea of liberation. The freedom to create no matter what the circumstances, the freedom to say, I don't have to wait for the future, I can create this now. I believe that is especially necessary now that with what is going on in the world, COVID-19, with the civil unrest and the uprisings that are happening, having ways in which we can be and live in liberated manners right now, even in the midst of chaos, is extremely necessary for transforming and transmuting energy, right? Afropresentism and Afrofuturism are disruptive and really accessible technologies for creation because they approach art and creation from a very holistic sense. It is not, Afrofuturist and Afropresentist art is not a technical skill. It is not something that you can learn in a school. It is a holistic process. It involves engagement with your physical, your mental, emotional, and spiritual bodies all communicating with one another. And you don't necessarily have to be a fine artist, pointillist painter in order to express that. Simply being given tools and the space to create allows people to access what is already within them. The act of creation is what is important. And Afrofuturism and Afropresentism then also become inherently anti-capitalist. They also become tools that go beyond art, that allow people, that center art in a way that reminds us that creation is necessary to life. It is not, just a compartment. It is not just something that we use to beautify our cities, or even, or just bring communities together. It is a vast and necessary tool that we need in our archive, that people need access to. And it is, and thinking about art through the lens of Afrofuturism and Afropresentism is a way of practicing equity as well, because we understand that we are living creatively, which is automatically, butts up against this, end stage capitalism driven urge to produce, or this urge to, fit within the status quo, or live and consume in the same ways that we've been living, which clearly, as we can see from the virus and the way that it is spreading, is unsustainable. So Afrofuturism and Afropresentism, especially Afropresentism, allows us ways to imagine what it means to create sustainably. Imagine what it means to then live sustainably. If we are living creatively, we understand that there are so many different ways to live. There is not just one way that we can be taught and learn. If Afropresentism and even Afrofuturism are thought of as movements, not just cultural aesthetics, but cultural movements, then how do we move within that? This is not something, it can never be stagnant. To place Afrofuturism or Afropresentism within clearly defined lines, definitions, or times is to limit it, is to kill it. So for me personally, the ways in which I engage in Afropresentism holistically, so not just as an artist, but as a human, as a Black femme person, as a Black immigrant femme person, as all of the identities that I embody, is through an understanding of transcendence, being present in transformation, dreams, and then having immediate strategies. So, in terms of transcendence and being present in transformation in Afropresentism, I think about love. I think about love and the fact that love is a verb, the fact that love is an action. And so, when I'm thinking about being transcendent and being present in my transformation through Afropresentism, I think about my intentions. I think about my actions. I think about what I do without even knowing the outcome, the work that I do, the creativity that I do, that I engage in, without even knowing whether or not I will see the future that I am creating. But I am acting from a space of love, of knowing that the future that I am working towards and building is not just for me. It is for, my whole community. It is for especially the people who will come after me. So it is an act of love. And I have to, obviously have a nuanced understanding of that work that I do, because it is not without reciprocity. If we are going to engage in Afropresentism, it's not just, the individual people who are engaging with this, but it is how we engage with it as a whole, which is why it's important for us collectively, and the people I'm speaking to, who this is for, specifically are Black people, specifically are people who identify as members of the various Afro diasporas. So when I'm thinking about this work, it is about reciprocity. So it's not just about the reward of seeing what it is in the future, but it is also like, how do we hold each other up in this work? How do we practice empathy, equity, kindness, returning to one another? It's like, I don't care if, you get the big prize, but we are going to give, you something. My friends and, my co-artists are always talking about, like, give Black women their flowers, before they die. And that is what this is about. So the ways in which we are moving in our movement, so from a past, or not to think too linearly, but from a different timeline in which especially and because let's face it, it's Black women and femmes who are leading a lot of the times in community, in organizing, in grassroots work, in art. It's Black women and femmes. And so we're moving from a timeline of Black women and femmes doing all of this work for off love for the and being burdened with it, and not having moments of taking care of ourselves or being taken care of. We are healing out of that timeline through our art, through the ways in which we dream. We are moving out of that time into a time of reciprocity, where this work is sustainable, where we are paying Black women equitably, which often means more, where we are getting paid for our time, where we are getting supported, not just financially or monetarily, but supported by our community, supported by our families, supported just in general, supported. And we only operate in that way because we know now that if we don't, it's unsustainable. And not that our work is for naught, but that we're gonna keep falling into the same space where we get to a certain point, but then everybody gets burned out. So moving from a space of reciprocity and love. And the other part of how I operate in Afro-presentism is dreams. But I'm talking about the literal subconscious dreams, the literal I am on my bed at night or during the day or whatever, or I'm in my restful place and I am dreaming. Paying attention to those subconscious dreams is important, which requires rest, which requires us as Black people to rest, to take rest seriously. Because like I said, when we're in this survivalist moment, it's impossible for us to adequately rest. And I'm not talking about cute self-care. I'm talking about resting, pausing, stopping, knowing that it's not our responsibility for the world to not be able to run without us. That's not on us. We need to rest. It's better for everybody if we rest. And when we're thinking, and also thinking institutionally about this, and now I'm speaking to those in power, those people who are in institutions, people who are grant makers, people who are creating programs, who are of the mission that they are empowering and working in equity, actually doing the work, really thinking big about community space, really thinking big about literally the land and the space that we take up, ways to share that, to reclaim that, to work in solidarity. Especially these conversations about land are especially hard for Black people, because many Black people over the generations and generations of people who were brought here forcibly hundreds of years ago have now come to understand this place as home. They did not colonize this space. They did not have say or choice in how they got here, and yet they are here. And so for many of them, this is home. And while there is a large movement of people wanting to go back to the continent or go to more hospitable regions of the diasporas where there isn't as much anti-Blackness and racism, for many people that's not an option, or that's not their inherent desire. And so dreaming differently and really, really being involved in the process is the antithesis to uninformed reform. And the last thing that I want to talk about is taking up the spiritual mantle. Some people get really freaked out when I say that. But if capitalism is the despiritualization of the universe, if capitalism is being able to take something like a culture that has a living, beating heartbeat, a continent like Africa, and say that it's in the past, or solidify it or freeze it as one monolith of an image, then you can sell it. If you can take the moving spirit from it and replicate it, then you can literally sell it and sustain, economies. And so if capitalism is despiritualizing things, then anti-capitalist movement is re-spiritualizing things. And so what I mean is really checking in with, what does my physical body need to be here, present and excited? What does my spiritual body, whatever that means for you, engaging with your subconscious, engaging with ancestral indigenous ritual practices? How do I engage with, not just listen to, but engage with my emotions? And when you are moving in that kind of awareness, you're not moving within this carved out space that capitalism has for you. And that just helps us not only be better people, but better community members. We can show up fully as ourselves, and be present. So thank you all so much, for engaging in this with me. Thank you.
My name is Viana Casillas, and I am a 16-year-old junior at Northeast Early College. Art Street at YEA uses the creative arts to empower youth, ages 14 to 21, to pursue future education and employment opportunities in order to break the cycle of generational poverty in Denver. This summer, a team of 23 high school interns is exploring how to make positive change using creative methods in their neighborhoods. The focus is our environment and the problems in our communities. We're also exploring how these issues impact those in low-income neighborhoods at a higher rate. Right now, the biggest issue I see in relation to the environment is the environmental racism. Our team will be presenting issues and solutions to our Denver City Council members about our communities. We also explored international issues and eco-racism and created a 3D mask out of upcycled cardboard to represent the issues that are important to us. My mask explores the issue of animal extinction.
My mask represents my annoyance with coronavirus. And I am annoyed about this mostly because it keeps people like isolated from each other, even though people say like, oh, we're all in this together. I also really do not really like this year because this year everyone, also because of the coronavirus, it also has everyone like going downhill and everyone scared and all that. My hope for the future is that we can come together and not be so afraid. And my hope is that we can also move forward and have the world as it was before.
My mask represents the destructive industrial farming practices used in the United States today. These practices affect people all over the world, the economy, and those closest to the farms. And I hope that in the future, we will be able to transition to more sustainable and more and better forms of farming.
My mask represents the issue of air pollution caused by harmful farming methods such as stubble burning. This issue concerns me because not only does it have a detrimental impact on our health, but it also contributes to global warming. My hope is that in the future, we can provide sustainable alternatives to this practice in order to decrease air pollution. especially considering its disproportionate effects on lower income communities and eco-racism as a whole.
My mask represents our earth and the effects of our actions. Eutrophication caused by agriculture can be controlled easily, but if left untreated, it can cause big problems. I'm concerned about this because it can affect our water in the future and, by extension, all living things. My hope for the future is to have more plants and less water pollution.
My mask represents the environmental issue of the effects of using and smoking drugs and how it adds on to air pollution. I'm concerned because I've seen and witnessed the effects it has towards people personally and the colored community, which I'm a part of. My hope for the future is discriminatory, unfair drug wars and drug laws towards Black people are stopped and or controlled, or people of color doing these various drugs become less of a social norm inside and outside its community.
Hello. My mask represents the overconsumption and overuse of lumber as well as alternatives to these. This issue affects me personally as I myself consume large amounts of both upcycled and new wood products. And my hope for the future is that more recycled goods can meet or exceed the quality of newly produced ones.
My mask represents the threat of more species becoming extinct around the globe and how we're the #1 cause for these extinctions. I'm concerned about this because not only will the extinctions impact species, but they will also impact humans because of how much we rely on all species in our daily lives. My hope for the future is that we will develop new ways to protect and save species from extinction because by protecting species, we are protecting humans and the earth.
My shield represents the problem of mismanaged trash. I'm concerned about this because it affects everyone, animals, plants, us, and even the food we eat. My hope for the future is that we can create a system which uses less trash and requires people to start using usable objects, and not in just the richer places. I hope we can help the less fortunate with this issue too.
My mask represents the extinction of animals. I'm concerned about this because we need the animals to help with the environment. Most times we need the animals to help keep the environment clean. The extinction of certain animals can cause damage to habitats because they don't have their species and can also affect the way other species live. My hope for the future is that air pollution, climate change, and everything causing animal extinction is reduced so animals live longer and they have a healthy place to live in.
My mask represents waste production. I'm concerned about this issue because it's infecting all human beings around the world and also our planet and the environment. My hope for the future is we all can we can live in an eco-friendly environment and be healthy and happy.
My mask represents the problem of deforestation. I'm concerned about this because it is one of the leading factors of our deteriorating world. My hope for the future is more land will be kept the way it was meant to be and more trees will be planted where they were once taken from.
My mask represents poaching. The flower crown represents how usually the people who try to protect these animals are labeled as hippies. I'm concerned about this because the animals that are being poached are what keep the ecosystem stable because they keep populations under control. My hope for the future is that there will be more funding going towards organizations that protect those animals, less people participating in hunting these animals for sport, and more job opportunities for people living in poverty so that they take less of these hunting jobs.
My mask represents an endangered green sea turtle with trash around the creature to show plastic pollution. I'm concerned about this issue because there are companies producing low-priced plastic in their products which are gaining traction in underserved communities, leading to the increase of plastic waste. My hopes for the future is for companies and corporations to reduce their plastic production, especially in underprivileged communities.
My mask represents the environmental issue of biodiversity loss in relation to urban planning. Biodiversity loss can be very damaging to ecosystems, and I believe that cities can better integrate urban planning that preserves biodiversity across all areas of the urban environment. My hope for the future is that cities will prioritize creating more equitable and sustainable urban structures that coexist with the environment.
Mask represents water levels rising all over the world, but more specifically, the Pacific Islands. I'm concerned about this because if the Pacific Islands go under the water, there will be a lot of sad people and a ton of immigrants. My hope for the future is that we can either stop the water levels rising or build seawalls around the affected islands to stop the tide.
Hello, my mask is representing water pollution because and this concerns me because more marine life die each year, and also those who share a water source, those who have unborn children are dying instantly because of not getting enough nutrients from the water they're supposed to be drinking. And I hope this in the future, I hope everyone can throw trash where it needs to be, in the trash cans, instead of just throwing it wherever they want to.
My mask represents littering. I'm concerned about this because a lot of toxic air and material come from litter. These toxic material can lead to a lot of health problems, especially for kids. My hope for the future is for people to be more aware of littering and make our country brighter. And who knows, maybe instead of throwing trash everywhere, we can create something useful with them.
My mask represents how fossil fuels are being used a lot more than renewable energy. I have concerns about this because it causes global warming because of the burning of fossil fuels and the creation of greenhouse gases. What I hope for the future is that renewable energy is used a lot more than fossil fuels, so global warming is reduced.
My mass statement is represent the issue of fireworks. Well, my concern is about this because my issue to be worried about my family and my neighborhood, because there are too many fireworks, there are too many noise, and it could make a sound between an animal who are scared. And the reason why I shouldn't be doing the color, but I have a reason for this color, because this color is represent how I feel and a neighbor feel in together in that mask. And I hope that if I could find a way to end firework by never selling it or find something, a place so they never do nothing, I'll be okay, and all the neighborhood of my community will be safe and peacefully.
My mask represents the environmental issue of climate change and how it specifically hurts our oceans today. I'm concerned about this because if we kill our oceans, we'll never be able to see the amazing parts of our world. I am also personally affected by this because one of my career paths I want to follow is becoming a marine biologist. My hope for the future is that we will stop our carbon emissions changing and stopping climate change for the safety of our oceans.
Mass represents how people are not able to access healthy foods due to family income and transportation. My hope for the future is that we as a community can change this issue so that everyone can have equal access to the right foods.
Hi, my name is Martin Finley. I go to Northeast Early College, and my mass represents sadness because people don't have food.
In the clear vision, our future. All right, ready? Yeah. Let's hit it. This is hella behind the scenes. Getting all the edits. Yeah. Fat Track, Acuna Black. Ill 7, track 7. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Stardust, stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust.
Hi, my name is Juanine. My name actually means God's graceful flower. I am a core artist at RedLine's Reach Studio, and I'm so happy to be one because Reach Studio is absolutely dope. And I'm very glad to be a part of this year's 48 hours online virtually, the first virtual 48 hours, which is kind of cool. My installation this year is called Black Lives Matter, the Millionaire Series, and this is episode 1. And I'll tell you it's episode 1 because I actually would like for this to continue on in whatever way. I'm not exactly sure how it will, but I would like to continue to feature other Black millionaires, which is what this series is about. My first millionaire that I am featuring is Barney Ford. It's so cool, the story of Barney Ford, if you have not heard it. And I won't make any spoilers if you have not heard about Barney Ford. You can watch my installation. But Barney Ford is so dope. I first heard the name when I was a little girl. I'm actually a Colorado native, and I grew up in Montbello my elementary years. And I remember playing outside in Montbello. We walked by this school called Barney Ford. It never really occurred to me to think about who this person was or where the name of the school came from. I just remember Barney Ford School, and that was the place we'd go to play in the park or meet up with our friends. It was not until I think maybe last year that I actually discovered the magnificence of Barney Ford's story through my partner. And he was telling me about a comic book or a small comic series that he wrote. I think it was a 2-page comic that he wrote on Barney Ford. And some other things that he's done and some research. And I was like, oh my gosh, this story is absolutely amazing. And I almost said ironically, not so ironically, I believe it was divine alignment. Just before he told me about this story, I was driving by downtown and I remember looking up at the Capitol, and there was like this stained glass of somebody, and I was just, my spirit was just kind of drawn to it. And so I just kept looking, and I was like, that looks like a Black man. Is that a Black man at the top of the Capitol? It just almost didn't even seem real. And I was like, no way. And so when my partner began to tell me about the story about Barney Ford, I was like, I think I saw a stained glass window of him at the Capitol. And sure enough, Barney Ford has a stained glass window in the Capitol of Colorado. It's pretty amazing. And this man is just absolutely phenomenal. There's something I want to touch on about that didn't quite make it in my installation, and so it won't be a spoiler, so don't worry about that at all. But Barney Ford, he actually helped Colorado to have suffrage rights. He went to Washington, D.C. to lobby for the 15th Amendment. It was 15th or 18th amendment. I have to look, and I'm still learning all of this. I'm very new to it. So if it's one of those 15th or the 18th amendment that allows us to vote as African American people. And it's pretty amazing how he did that. And his wealth gave him a status in Colorado that will be remembered forever, because he didn't just use his wealth as a means of control. He used it to actually help people. And there is another point that I would like to make about Barney Ford, and that is that he helped to educate African American students, freed slaves. He made sure that they were able to have an education. And I think that is so important for us as individuals to take the success that we have and that we gain and to do something that makes a positive impact on the world, which is why I really wanted to feature Barney Ford first. One, I'm a Colorado native, so it was pretty amazing to hear this story that has come out of the state that I'm from. And two, to hear such a successful story about a Black person. And I'm just really grateful to have this opportunity to share the story of Barney Ford with you all and to continue learning. This is actually a process for me as an African American woman to get to know my own history. There's so much about Black history that I do not know. So being able to feature different Black millionaires is an opportunity for me to actually learn my own history. So as I was making this installation for RedLine, I was learning about Barney Ford for the second time. The first time was through my partner, which is it's really just blowing my mind. But it's a fun process for me. And I'm always willing to learn, and I'm an avid learner. I believe it's important for us to always continue to learn and to be open to expanding our knowledge and be open to learning those things that we just might have thought we known and we didn't know. So as an African American woman, no, not all Black people know Black history, because I'm a Black person that does not know Black history. I know bits and pieces, but you know what? I'm learning. I'll be 35 on August 21st. And in my 35 years, finally, I'm getting to really know my history as an African American woman. And it's my pleasure to be able to share this journey with you all. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to have this installation and to share with you all the beautiful life of Barney Ford. And I look forward to sharing more with you all in the future. God bless and stay creative. Peace.
Our future. All right, ready? Yeah, let's hit it. This is hella behind the scenes. Getting all the edits. Yeah. Fat Track, Acuna Black, Ill 7, Track 7. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Stardust, stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Within the vision, we the children of stardust. Stardust, stardust. I'm the spirit of Cunha Black, dark like the universe in deep space, the color of rooted soil, dark like black oil, truth dripping, trickling down like fabricated lies, polluted by chemtrail skies, cross T's and dot a third eye, seeing within a clear vision, our future, forgetting that your niggas, they might shoot you, execute you, label you crook, stigmatize your soul, leave you half shook, they left a virus in your mainframe, history they took, never written in the book, elevate your next narrative within a hieroglyphic text, written is our next, seeping out the pores, hitting closed doors, kingdom of the Moors, at your core you know this, own this, ancient civilization of the greats, the oldest, we travel within the tribal of the ciphers of our necks, we travel within the tribal of the ciphers of our necks, we travel within the tribal of the ciphers of our necks, we travel within the tribal of the ciphers of our necks, within the vision we the children of stardust, within the vision we the children of stardust, within the vision we the children of stardust, 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 within the vision we the children of stardust, within the vision we the children of stardust, within the vision we the children of stardust, 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 yeah, stardust. What it is, y'all. This is Acuna Black, Crates of Vintage Dreams. We're giving you the behind the scenes and the performance. Yeah, hands up, hands up, hands up. Yeah, yeah. You feel it in your soul? We in an important time right now, you know. It's time to think for yourself and evolve your mind. Get connected to your inner peace. Get connected to God. Yeah, track. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. They don't make them like us no more, never made them like us before. Yeah, you dealing with the real hardcore. Yeah, you dealing with the real hardcore. They don't make them like us no more. Nah, cause they never really did. Ha, 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 yo. at the friendly skies, living in denial, judgment in their heart. Everyone's on trial, trying to live a little. We just made it past the riddle, eat us up like kibble while we trying to be the noble keepers. Hoping that the spirit guides my seekers, asking for a preacher, calling for a teacher, knowing that the systematic traps might eat you, knowing how to live a life, maybe have to sacrifice. Jesus lived a humble life, Buddha did too. I'm just trying to be a man of a little virtue. I'm just trying to be a man of a little virtue. They don't make a like us no more, never made a like us before. Now you dealing with the real hardcore, now you dealing with the real hardcore. They don't make a like us no more. No. Cause they never really did. Ha, ha. Let's go. Come on. They don't make a like us no more. Never made a like us before. Yeah, you dealing with the real hardcore. Now you dealing with the real hardcore. They don't make a like us no more. No. Ha ha. Cause they never really did. Let's go. Yo. Open up and let it go, elevate the mental, spiritual insight, not fundamental. Breathing life in the lungs, speaking to the future. Had new light, let life pursue ya. Falling to the next spot, reaching in the past. We ancient like the pharaoh, you can see it in the math. I'm talking about the cipher, circle of life. We made it out our next now, call that good life. They don't make it like us no more, never made it like us before. Yeah, you dealing with the real hardcore, yeah, you dealing with the real hardcore. They don't make it like us no more. Cause they never really ever did. Shout out to Pigeon John. Yeah. You feeling good? I'm feeling good. Yo. It feels good. I'm thinking that you already know it feels good. Beats on blast, bass real low. It feels good. Living out the vision of kings, elevated minds, live dreams. It feels good. I'm thinking that you already know it feels good. Beats on blast, bass real low. It feels good. Living out the vision of kings, elevated minds, live dreams. Hey, elevated minds, live dreams. Elevated minds, live dreams. Hey, elevated minds, live dreams. Elevated minds, live dreams. Life made for the living. Man, I'm so driven. Opening my eyes, can't you see that I'm living? Think about the things that I need, yeah I know. Elevate the heart so the mind and soul can grow. Talk about the real, cause the real all I know. Talk about the vibe and get lost in the flow. Talk about the people everywhere that I go. From the hot sunny land to Colorado. As I drive slow with a fat track and a hard flow. Looking in the rear view, watching for the whole pole. Yeah I know everything that I seek. Yeah I know I'm not even at my peak. Yeah I know I must roll from the concrete, walk at my own beat. Rhymes keep them on fleek. And at the end of the night set flight, calling kryptonite, everything's alright. Feels good. Yeah, thinking that they already know it feels good. Beats on blast, bass real low, it feels good. Living out the vision of kings, elevated minds, live dreams. It feels good. I'm thinking that they already know. Feels good. Beats on blast, bass real low, it feels good. Living out the vision of kings, elevated minds, live dreams. Hey, elevated minds, live dreams. Elevated minds, live dreams. Hey. Elevated minds, live dreams. Elevated minds, live dreams. It feels good. I'm thinking that they already know it feels good. Beats on blast, bass real low. It feels good. Living out the vision of kings. Elevated minds, live dreams. Feels good. Yeah, it feels good. It feels good. So good. What up, y'all? We rocking it. Yeah. Crates of Vintage Dreams. Fat Track, Acuna Black. Crates of Vintage Dreams. Doing some live performances. Hands up, let's go. Yeah. Hands up. Give it to them. Yeah. Hands up. Bring it to them. Yeah. Hands up. Give it to them. Yeah. Hands up, y'all. Yo, birth out the rhythm, soul dripping off them since the 80s. Speaking the lingo of the job, I survive with this lady who burnt kings out of paupers, up rockers, revolution non-stoppers, fuck coppers. A public enemy, clock around the neck, time thought, deep in emotion, west coasting, comatose, high chiefin' in the studio. My dream it seems manifest, wanna be in the mic, grip tight, ready ready to set flight. To reminisce to the guys of the past. Let's pay homage real fast to Marcus Aurelius. Bionic Brown had a dynamic sound. Popeye kept his fist in the air, battle anyone to show that he cared. Let's talk about the life that we live, everything that we give. Just a dream, hands high, paying homage to the gods on the vinyl in the beat. Hip hop, it don't stop. Hip hop, it never stop. Yelling for the B-boys to make some noise. Hip hop, it can't stop. Hip hop, it don't stop till your body rock. It's crazy when your future start feeling like your past. All the dreams in your life flash by real fast. I'm a soldier that's been torn apart and pieced back together. Yeah, I made it through the battle on the stormiest weathers. Give me a sword, a shield, my plots are overcome. I seen children and grown men killed by bullets and guns. They glorify the murder and death of my fam. Break us up, beat us down, support of the plan. I look towards the eye and eye to give us sight. My generation's brainwashed it and I own the fight. We got corporate America stealing our souls like crooks. The children of the corn scared of open books. Suburban America being halfway shook, and the kids in the hood just giving jacked up looks. All confused cause we lost sight of our way. Forgot the fundamentals, get on our knees and pray. Decided wanted to break it off and do it all our way. So like money that tax collectors, somehow we pay. Hands high, paying homage to the guys on the vinyl in the beat. Hip hop, it don't stop. Hip hop, it never stop. Yelling for the B-boys to make some noise. For hip hop, it can't stop. Hip hop, it don't stop till your body rock. It's crazy when your future start feeling like your past. All the dreams in your life flash by real fast. Yo, it flashed by real fast, y'all. It flashed by real fast. It flashed by real fast. But the soul is everlast. But the soul is everlast. As life flash by fast. Hands up, y'all. Hands high. Word up. Yeah. Nina Simone, y'all. Breathe in. Breathe out. Dream big. Dream out. Come on. Everybody in a place to be. Everybody in a place to be. Breathe in. Breathe out. Dream big. Dream out. Yo. I hear it in the spirit, feel it in the beat. She the conscious of the soul to make the weirdo feel unique. She the vibe to make the mind connect the chakras to the soul. Translation of the spirit that gets trapped up in the flow. Speaking code, a story told, the future holds and knows it well. I can tell up in the spell, a message told the soul rebel. Calling on a mission, in a mission of the play. Put the viewpoint on display, see what she did today. I know, mind going slipped out of space. Walking in the spirit, crawling in my happy place. I caught the gas face, below the paper chase. In a one-man bang, you keep your own pace. Yo, Simone, Nina, moan, halfway home. Take me to the water center, I'm at hot toll. Black is the color of my true lover's hair. Little girl blue, fortune tell stories there. Little girl blue, fortune tell stories there. Black is the color of my true lover's hair. Blah, 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 blah. Hands up, y'all. Everybody in a place to be. Put your hands in the air where our eyes can see. Everybody in a place to be. Put your hands in the air where our eyes can see. Now move left, right, left, right, left, right, yeah, left, right, yo. They told me dreams manifest from all life. Pain try to be great in a gladiator game. Power, rain, flame standing on the back of our children. Willing to be great if they close mind, listen. Break the tradition, fish for Atlantis. The children of the no indigo, new planet. Gotta wait your turn, transcend new standards. People break the boundary, system can't stand it. All of the falling, stalling the greatness. Artificial intelligence, who the fake is? Light beam shining out the eyes of our future. Christ mind, Superman, kill Lex Luthor. Feel all the pain in your chest. Fight it in the moment. Take another breath, yeah. Now breathe in, breathe out, yeah. Now breathe in, yeah. Breathe out, come on. Everybody in a place to be. Put your hands in the air where our eyes can see. Everybody in a place to be. Put your hands in the air where our eyes can see. Now move left, right, left, yeah. Right, left, right, say I like it, I like it. Say I love it, I love it. Say I need it, I need it. That real shit, that real shit. Say I like it, I like it. Say I love it, I love it. Say I need it, I need it. That realness, that realness, that realness, that realness, that realness, realness, that realness. That realness. That realness. Realness. I like it. I love it. I need it. That realness. I like it. I love it. I need it. That realness. Breathe in. Breathe out. Dream big. Dream out. What up, y'all? It's Cunha Black. Fat Track. Ill 7.
Peace.
Track 7.
Track 7, peace.
You know what I'm saying? We rocking it, vibing it.
What's up?
We got some projects we working on. Chime in, please. We got some new things coming out soon. Yes, sir.
Peace.
Bless. Hey, y'all.
Alan Brooks. I'm here to talk on this issue of Afrofuturism. It's a topic that maybe people are acquainted with, maybe not. So I want to start with this. When I was 23 years old and still living in Atlanta, I was driving home from the movies one night at a Cadillac Cimarron, and I had accidentally turned on the fog lights instead of the headlights. The switches were really close to each other. I drove about 50 feet. Then I realized it, and I turned on the headlights. Still, a cop pulled me over. Sirens, flashing lights, the whole thing. Have you been drinking, sir? I gotta take a few steps back before I finish this story. When I was 5, my father made the mistake of leaving me with my troubled uncle. This was the uncle who knocked out my cousin's fiance at their wedding. Anyway, I'm sure that my dad thought it was okay to leave me with his younger brother while he ran to the store. But in that short span of time, my uncle gave me a can of beer. I hated it. It was the last time I finished an alcoholic drink. Now, I'm telling you this for context. I still really hate the taste of alcohol, so I just never got into drinking. Anyway, this cop, he asked if I'd been drinking, and I answered honestly. I said, oh no, I don't drink. I just hit the wrong switch, the one for the fogs. And before I could finish, the cop was yelling at me. Why? Apparently because I said I didn't drink. Again, let's step back. I want you to switch gears here and ask you to use your imagination with me. Let's imagine that you had a sibling who was an artist, brother or sister, and they're a painter. What if they created a portrait envisioning your family in the future, like what the family will look like in 10 years? That might be pretty dope. But what if when the painting was completed, you saw that they left you out of it? All the family was included, but not you. How would that make you feel? Rejected, forgotten, perhaps even hated? Now consider what it's like to be Black and notice that every futuristic movie, novel, comic book, TV show that you encounter has almost no Black people in it. Is that the future that people are envisioning? All this art depicting the future, but Black people are nowhere to be found. So this future that people are envisioning with no Black people, how would that make you feel in that position? So the first big thought I want to explore is this: why is it so important for people to be included in art? This is one of the central seeds to Afrofuturism. Afrofuturism! So most of you will be aware of the recent death of Congressman John Lewis last month. As a young man, he was part of the civil rights movement, and he worked hard to make meaningful changes in society until his death. He was 80. About 5 years ago, he went to San Diego Comic-Con, and he cosplayed as himself. So he dressed up as the younger version of himself from when he marched with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This was in part his way of promoting a 3-book graphic novel series about his life called March. Congressman John Lewis felt it was vital to have his story told, but why? The New York Times asked that same question. Apparently, when John Lewis was 17 years old, he read a comic book about Martin Luther King called Martin Luther King and the Montgomery Story. This was before he ever met Dr. King, and he was moved by this comic book. In his own words, I read it and reread it, and this book inspired me. Of seeing Martin Luther King in the comic book, Lewis said, he became my hero, my inspiration, my leader. He inspired me to say no to segregation and racial discrimination. And so, inspired by the comic book, among other things, John Lewis joined civil rights organizations and went on to have a life dedicated to changing the world. So again, I want to ask you to use your imagination. What if John Lewis had never read that comic book? Or what if the comic book was never created? Or worse, what if the comic book had been censored so that all of this stuff about civil rights was removed? If any of these things had happened, it's possible that one of the key figures in the civil rights movement may never have done any of the wonderful things that we know him for. I want to emphasize this. Some people got together. They used their art to write and draw a comic book. That comic book inspired a man who went on to have a major impact on the world. The world was changed because someone was inspired by art. That's the power that art can have. So what does it do to you when art shows a vision of the future without you in it? How does that affect you? Here's another way to look at it. How would it feel if you dated someone, fell in love with them, but when that person talked about the future, they never mentioned you? What does that tell you about them? That you're not important to them, that they don't think you'll be in their lives for that long? So when Black, Latino, Asian, or LGBTQ people watch these movies, read these books, listen to these songs, all describing the future, and they don't see themselves there, what do you think that tells us? This theme of Afrofuturism for this year's 48 Hours event is something important. Afrofuturism is this loosely defined subgenre of art, all united by the theme of celebrating the idea of a Black future. Afrofuturism, so it's songs, paintings, comics, it's movies, it's more. I've even seen people make meals that are like Afrofuturist meals. But whatever your art is, it's just this vision of a diverse future. One of my heroes, this brilliant artist named Melvin Van Peebles, he gave an interview in France in the 1960s. He said that although he was American and had published half a dozen novels in France, he never tried to publish any in America. And they asked him why, and he said that the only thing that white people in America wanted him to write about was Black suffering. Black suffering. Can you imagine existing in art only on the basis of your suffering? If art inspires people to great things, what's the effect when you're absent from any art, except for when you're suffering? And how does this absence affect white people? Let's get back to that cop. Why was he yelling at me? Because the dude couldn't see me. It didn't matter that I've never been drunk in my entire life. all he saw was unnamed African American suspect. He saw someone who committed the heinous crime of driving 50 feet with my headlights off. I wasn't a human being to him. I wasn't a person. But let me ask you, what if on the night before he stopped me, that cop had read or watched something that connected him to the humanity of Black people? How might our interaction have been different? There's this thing that I've been saying, all the bad isms in the world, racism, sexism, classism, they all come from either a refusal or a failure to see the humanity of another person. If it's a refusal, then that person's made their decision already. I'm not worried about reaching them. But if it's a failure, then art is a powerful way to reach somebody. It's a powerful way to put them in somebody else's shoes. So how do we experience the humanity of a person who never appears in your vision of the future? Now here we are in the midst of the most major world changes of any of our lives, pandemics and protests. The world shut down. If you've been raised with images of a future that has nothing but white people in it, then what has that done to you? So we have this RedLine community, all of us artists and people who support the arts, all wanting to create something. And sometimes art can seem silly, especially for me, writing comic books and graphic novels while secret police are snatching people off the streets of Portland. It can seem really silly to be creating art, even selfish. Like, should I be doing this now? Or should I be giving my time to marching in these streets, volunteering for social justice nonprofits, pushing for new legislation? What is the place of art when it comes to the way that the world is right now? Some of you may have heard this story, but do you remember the original Star Trek series from the 1960s? There was one Black cast member, Nichelle Nichols. Before the show, she had a career doing musical theater and Broadway shows. At their height, a lot of the cast of Star Trek released music albums. And for most of these albums, the best thing about them was how ridiculous they were, especially Shatner's. But Nichelle Nichols actually had good albums because she was a real singer. So think about this. She'd been doing Broadway shows where she got to play complex, fully realized characters with different viewpoints and varied backgrounds. She got to sing, she got to dance, she got to really enjoy her craft. Then she left all that to be on a television show where every episode her lines were pretty much, "I'm hailing them now, Captain." After a couple years of that, she was bored and unfulfilled. Wouldn't you be? So she went, told the creator of the show, Gene Roddenberry, that she wasn't going to return for the next season. She wanted to go back to theater. He tried to convince her otherwise, but to no avail. A few weeks later, Nichelle Nichols was at a banquet, and there she saw Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. She was surprised because one of his people came over and said that he wanted to meet her. When they talked, he told her that he loved her on Star Trek. She thanked him and told him that she was planning on leaving. So what did Dr. Martin Luther King, the legendary leader of the civil rights movement, say to that? He basically said, "No, you can't do that. We need you." Nichelle Nichols was confused. Martin Luther King told her that seeing her play this vision of a Black woman in the future was inspiring to him, his children, and everyone who watched her on TV every week. Moved by his words, Nichelle Nichols decided to stay on the show. Years later, the astronaut Mae Jemison says she was inspired to become an astronaut by seeing Nichelle Nichols on Star Trek every week. Nichelle Nichols was eventually approached by NASA to help recruit people into the astronaut program. So this art, this vision of a Black woman in the future actually had real world consequences. Afrofuturism. And look, I don't know if anybody is thinking that the omission of Black people in the future was an accident. It wasn't. Black people were cut out of visions of the future on purpose. I'll just give you two examples from comic books. In the 1940s, there was a comic book publisher called EC Comics. They were famous for horror comics, most notably Tales from the Crypt. In the 50s, there was a strong push by American politicians to censor comic books. One of the results of this was the formation of the Comics Code Authority. Comics Code Authority essentially became the arbiter of decency in comic books. So in 1956, EC Comics reprinted a story that had already been printed before the Comics Code existed. This was a story about a human astronaut who visits a planet that is inhabited by robots. The astronaut's job was to determine if the robot planet should be allowed into the Galactic Republic, which was kind of like a space version of the United Nations. Anyway, on this planet, the robots were identical, except that some of them were blue and some of them were orange. Broncos colors, for whatever that's worth. But the blue robots were treated as lower citizens. They didn't have as many rights as the orange robots. At the end of the story, the astronaut, who'd had his helmet on for the entire story, takes it off and is revealed to be a Black man. Afrofuturism. So what was the reaction from the Comics Code Authority to this story? They insisted that the Black astronaut had to be removed. The head of the Comics Code is quoted as saying, it can't be a Black man. EC Comics rebutted, but that's the whole point of the story, they said. But it was to no avail. EC Comics argued round and round with the Comics Code, and eventually they rebelled and printed the story uncensored. The fallout almost ran EC Comics out of business. That's what happened when you try to include a Black person in the future. Here's another example. In the late 50s, DC Comics published The Legion of Superheroes. It was a comic book about teenage superheroes living in the future, the 30th century to be exact. A few years later, in the 60s, there was a writer named Jim Shooter. He tried to introduce Black characters into the Legion of Superheroes, but his editors wouldn't allow it. In the 1970s, an artist named Mike Grell was also prevented from introducing Black characters into the series by his editors. So after about 20 years of this comic book, The Legion of Superheroes, being published, people started writing in and asking why aren't there any Black people in the future? Finally, in 1976, the editors came up with an idea to address this question. They gave Mike Grell and writer Carrie Bates a character that they wanted them to design named Tyrock. Now I want you to pay attention to this. The editor's explanation for why there were no Black people in the future, apparently all of the Black people in the future self-segregated and decided that they were going to move to an island where no one could find them. The artist, Mike Grell, was appalled by this. He called this story possibly the most racist concept I've ever heard in my life. He called it a segregationist dream. So Mike Grell still was an employee, so he rebelled against the character by giving Tyrock the most ridiculous costume he could think of. He said it was based on Elvis Presley's Las Vegas costume. Now, I want to point out that the Legion of Superheroes comic book had members who were shape-shifting aliens with green and yellow skin, but somehow having Black people in the book was a step too far. It was too disturbing for them to imagine a future that showed Black people. Think about what that really means. So what do Star Trek and the Legion of Superheroes have to do with what I'm saying to you? Star Trek began in the mind of a writer, Gene Roddenberry. He imagined a future without racism, poverty, or class. He imagined future technologies, some of which inspired technology that we have now. His vision wasn't perfect. The uniforms he gave his female characters were questionable at the least. But he wrote that story along with other writers. He created art that actors, directors, musicians came along to add their art to. And he showed people from different countries and different races in his vision of the future. Then that art, that vision of the future, more specifically, the fact that this vision showed a Black woman in the future, that inspired Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So what's the importance of seeing yourself in the future? This art, Star Trek, this vision of a Black woman in the future inspired a new generation of astronauts. It inspired technology. It also inspired some mediocre movies. But more importantly, this is another example of when art created changes in society. So what is the importance of Afrofuturism? Even beyond Afrofuturism, why is it so important that we all see ourselves in visions of the future? If you can't see yourself in the future, then what are you actually striving for? Why would you work to reach a future that doesn't contain you or your children or any of your family in it? Afrofuturism. Now, Afrofuturism finds its way to us through art, music, books, graphic novels, poetry, painting, photography, so much more. When people make art that shares a vision of the future, it is important and it is vital. Art makes the intangible into something that we can wrestle with. You know, before the word microaggressions existed, I had no way to identify what was happening. But now that the word is here, I can point it out. I can even bond with other people who've experienced it. That's what art does. Art takes something that is airy and has no form, and it gives it form. Art takes the shadowy rot of oppression and racism and shines a light on it, reveals its shape, allows us to build communities around destroying oppression. Martin Luther King drew inspiration from Star Trek. And if we're trying to revolutionize the future, Afrofuturism is a great place to start. So I encourage every one of you who is listening now, create and support art that shows an inclusive vision of the future. It'll benefit us all. Thank you.
Wow, Alan, thank you so much for everything here. We had a little audio glitch in the beginning of your talk for a few seconds there. So I want to kind of reiterate to all of our listeners and followers right now that not only are you a musician, writer, illustrator, and professor, but you also developed the logos that we've been using for 48 hours, you and your team too. So we want to say thank you and really congratulations again on all of your success, especially in this work that you're doing right now. To answer a couple of questions that have come on in as we've got a little bit of time left. I'd love, first of all, personally, I want to say thank you for telling that Nichelle Nichols story. I was blessed enough to hear it from her personally a few years ago when she was at StarCon here in Denver a while ago. And it's one of my favorites as far as like inspiration is concerned, you know, knowing that Dr. King had been paying such close attention. Can you talk a little bit more about your personal work though, and how your art is also inspiring the world to change specifically through What I'd Miss, what I missed, which I think is a fantastic series that you've got going on right now.
Thanks. Yeah. So What I Miss is a comic that I write that appears every Friday on the Colorado Sun's website. It's free to read. The premise of it is that there's a white woman in her 50s who's been in a coma for 30 years, and her neighbor, who's a Black man in his 20s, and they just talk about issues that are happening in Colorado, in the world at large, hence the What I Miss, she was in the coma, and they're able to give different perspectives. So it's a good way for me to explore things that are happening in the world, kind of like up to the minute, from two different perspectives. And next week will be our 100th installment of that comic. So that's pretty exciting. I could talk about other work I do.
Yeah, I know. I'd love to hear a
All
little
right.
bit more about the Burning Metronome too. At the same time, you know, I'm a longtime fan.
Yeah.
Love seeing you at the cons when they had such a thing.
Yeah, right before the world was poisoned.
Right.
Yeah, so I wrote this graphic novel called The Burning Metronome, which is a supernatural murder mystery that deals with social commentary. So that's deals with police brutality, deals with racism, deals with oppression, manipulation, sexism, stuff like that. Um, and that was the first one that I wrote, and it's been pretty well received. I mean, it led to me becoming a professor at Regis University. It led to me doing the thing with the Colorado Sun. It led to me being here speaking to you right now. And so the first book is out. That came out in like 2017. You can buy it off of my website, theburningmetronome.com, or at Tatter Cover. Then the second book is almost done. It's just being colored now. And then I did another book called Anguish Garden, which I did a Kickstarter for in February. That's a post-apocalyptic Western, but it's an allegory for leaving white supremacy. So there are 5 more pages of art that need to be colored for that one, and then it's going to the printer. So it's almost there. We are very close. I'm excited about that.
That's awesome. Everybody should definitely check out all of your work. It's not only is it, you know, just dope work in and of itself. Like as a collector, you know, of comics myself, like just being a collector, having your work in my collection it's a real treat because it adds to, you know, some of the comics that I remember collecting as a kid, especially those like Static, you know, all the Milestone comics, you know. And for those of you guys that don't know Milestone, you know, Milestone was a DC subsidiary of Black writers and artists, you know, that gave us Hardware and, you know, all these other like really cool
Icon.
Blood Syndicate, you know, Icon. Oh yeah.
Static Shock was the most popular one.
Exactly. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about Static Shock. Tell us why is Static Shock important, and where'd Static Shock come from?
Well, so Black comics creators were talking about some of the issues that I mentioned in the speech. Just so they decided to create sort of their own world of comics, and they had all been working at Marvel and DC. So they got together, they did some meetings, and they created Milestone Comics. They came up with the whole sort of Bible for the world of the comics. They came up with all the characters, and Static Shock was one of them. He was just named Static at the time. And that Milestone Comics, I think, went for like a strong 5 years, created these really rich characters. DC distributed them, but they were kind of their own company. And then the Static Shock eventually got a cartoon, which was is on a DC streaming service if you want to watch it. But you know, Static was young. He was a teenager. He had a sense of humor, electricity powers. For some reason, a lot of Black superheroes have electricity powers. I don't know what that's about. And then yeah, so he kind of took off, and so he's really the most popular character from Milestone. Oh, I'll say also Jim Shooter, who I mentioned in the speech, who I mentioned him as the writer who was trying to bring Black characters into Legion of Superheroes. He eventually became the editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics, and he gave me an endorsement for the Burning Metronome. It's on the back of the book. It just made me really happy. When he did it, it like made the 10-year-old version of me just jump for joy, you know?
That's amazing. I don't know what I would do in that same situation. We got a couple more minutes left. I see a couple other questions here too. What are your thoughts on the news this week that Nia DaCosta is going to be the first Black female director of a Marvel cinematic installment?
Yeah, that is a great question. I'm really excited about that. Yeah, I'm really excited about that. I'm glad to see that Black directors and Black women directors specifically are getting to just make their vision of a good film, and they're not just being hired to do like the Black suffering thing I mentioned earlier. You know, they're not being hired to tell the Black story. They're just telling a good story. Even the sister who directed the action movie on Netflix, The Old Guard, which is Charlize Theron. You know, it's a Black woman director on that. And she just told a good story. You know, there's so much to, right now, my book, another book that I am pitching is going out to publishers. And I find that sometimes if it's black plus any other adjective, it's confusing to them, right? Like if it's black, comma, fantasy, it's confusing. If it's black, comma, adventure, it's confusing. Like I think to a lot of white people who are working in publishing and maybe in movies, black is a genre, and it's not, you know. So it's an interesting thing to try to redefine. Uh, and I don't even think this is an intentional bias. I think it's just something they were raised with and haven't even had to visit. Like, why do I get confused when a black person's writing fantasy, but I'm not confused with J.K. Rowling, you know, or George R.R. Martin?
Wow. Yeah. First of all, you just blew my mind with black as a genre. You know,
Right?
Because it's so true. It's absolutely true. Wow. I think we have just a few more minutes. Well, really a minute. Kind of wrap things up. Are there any things that we should be on the lookout from you? Any future works besides? I mean, you've been talking about these other projects, but anything like any music, anything else coming up?
Well, I'm giving a TED Talk on August 29th. That's free to register for. It'll be my first thing like that, so I'm excited about that. So TED Talk August 29th. I wrote a movie that we're trying to get made called Straw Man. There's a YouTube series we did about it called Making Our First Movie. You can find that on YouTube. And yeah, movies. I got other comic book stuff coming out. You know, it's always trying to keep it moving. Oh, and then my podcast, Motherfucker in the Cape, very subtly named. It's on iTunes. So it's Mother space F asterisk asterisk KER. And then it's on iTunes and Spotify and all that stuff. I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate you. You know, and all the work that you're doing right now. You know, we've collaborated on multiple projects, you know, over the years, and it's been honestly like inspiring to watch you and your journey. So many of us have wanted to make our own comics, you know, and make it work. And you're the only one out of all of my friends, which I think is like so like amazing that actually made it happen and created a dope product and are continuing to, you know, push the conversation about equity and social justice through your work. And so to the comment that you said earlier about feeling selfish about creating during this time, we need more people like you being selfish. So I appreciate
right on.
All right. With that being said,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and we'll be in touch, and hopefully look out for more of your work soon.
Right on.
All right. You have a good rest of your day. Be blessed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Identity crisis. New to the metropolis, leaving blue sky and breathable air. The fondness for the comfort of my birthplace growing with every new city experience. But the youthful curiosity pulls me to stay. I have witnessed poverty beyond my comfort level and have been acted upon by wealth I have never fathomed. Negroid. Of or being purported human racial classification distinguished by brown to black pigmentation and often tightly curled hair, including peoples indigenous to sub-Saharan Africa. The hue of my skin brings about feelings of camaraderie, discomfort, and wanting to disconnect. I see my brown skin draped on the inhabitants of a forgotten past. I long to end what I perceive as pain. But are they truly in pain? Or would it just be painful for me to live their existence? Does this make me weak and them strong? Does my desire for disconnect come from my circle of academics? Does my written knowledge make them uncomfortable? Or does their strong physical presence intimidate me? We share the same pigment and the prejudice that comes with it. But our forms of communication set us apart in this capitalist culture owned by another. My tongue is acceptable, unlike my contemporaries whose dialects are only comprehensible by translation? Why is my discomfort so alive when I walk among them? Have I been exposed to what I refuse to be? Caucasoid, of or relating to the Caucasian racial classification. The hue of my skin brings me discomfort and longing to connect. They don't possess the same beautiful, demonic brown skin that belongs to me. I see inhabitants of wealth and prosperity. For them, I don't see pain, and I know they don't see mine. My participation will always be flagged by the count of my pigment, and not by the words I create. I say the words they wish to hear. I know this makes them strong and me weak. But I consider these words to be my own, and their articulation a result of conditioning. Eye contact is never made, and not deemed as necessary. Education is our synthetic bond. Our consumption is our real identification. Self, one's total being, individuality, one's interest or advantage. The city has made me question my identity. I have forgotten where I came. Or do I ever really know? Does my past reveal itself in the present? To me, my awareness is pathetic, as I cannot relate to those I share a history. To connect is to create true identity, or at least one with true history. My name is Gregory Critchlow, and I am an architect, trying to figure out what it means to be a citizen. I was following the prescriptive path to architecture, the required education, the required license, and then put a building into the ground for the perceived legacy. But when in graduate school at the University of Illinois, Chicago, my view changed fundamentally. Chicago perplexed me coming from Colorado. I was experiencing two edges, one of prosperity and resource, the other edge of desperation. And what troubled me so much was that as a person of color, I didn't know where the space was for me. At one point, looking to gain intellectual capital so I could participate with all the resources that I felt were infinite. On the other side, I shared a common physical trait. But always understanding one edge would tell me, you are black. And the other edge, you're not black enough. Upon graduation, my wife and I decided to return to Colorado. But what I did not want to feel was that I was running away from the experiences I had in Chicago. So we set roots in 5 Points. But then 2009 hit, and once again, I had to reinvent myself. I had a vision to not only reinvest in myself, but to reinvest in our neighborhood. I reached out to a friend who I knew that owned a building at the corner of 28th and Downing. This building had no roof, no electrical, no plumbing, but I felt it to be the right place to start this vision. The first design move was to take the bars off the door and windows to allow everybody to understand that nothing inside is worth more than the community. 2 to 3 months we created a jewel. And now, Chocolate Spokes, the bike shop, is born. A modest space, but a space that is open to everyone. A space that represents a vision for reinvestment. This photo may look to have a bit of humor, but it has quite a bit of intensity. For if you look closely, the gentleman with the blue jacket is a double amputee with no feet. These two gentlemen came to me for help. They figured a bike shop, I should know wheels, and their wheel needed to be repaired on the chair. But the intensity comes because the gentleman in the blue jacket can no longer hold himself on the fence and is imploring me to hurry up. We scramble, we get it fixed, we pull his pants up, and we put him back in the chair. And they promptly looked at me to ask, well, what do we owe you? And in my head, I'm thinking, I don't know. This is not part of my business plan. But at that moment, they knew there was value in what we were doing, and they wanted to show it. And in that moment, I knew that Chocolate Spokes transcended a bike shop and was here to serve the community. After 2 years, we had the ability to expand to the corner, allowing us to have a larger presence, to service more of the community, and asking more people to participate with inside the shop. What made Chocolate Spokes even more unique was that we had the ability to design and fabricate our own bicycles. Not only did this bring value to the corner, but it also satisfied my desire to design and keep making my ideas real. This brought people from near and far to investigate what was happening on the corner of 2801 Downing Street. As all visions do, the vision of Chocolate Spokes has to evolve. It has to expand its voice beyond the corner of 2801 Downing Street. It must share the experience as people of color. If you have a vision, share it with a corner that needs your help. Because not only does it serve you as an individual, but as a collective, we begin to control and define our narratives. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure.
Of something really, really special as part of RedLine's 48 hours of social engaged art and conversation. Tilt West, in partnership with Headroom Sessions, would like to welcome you to a panel discussion on Afrofuturism, Black Safety Beyond Policing. I want to personally thank Redline and for creating the space for us to be here. Tilt West is a Denver-based arts nonprofit that's a hub of community exchange, critical dialogue, and provocative conversations on art, ideas, and culture. Tilt West hosts live events on topics at the intersection of contemporary social issues and creative practice, and publishes the Tilt West Journal and articles on medium.com. I am personally indebted to Tilt West for inviting me to this event and to another event that we had a brilliant discussion on. They are making the brave decisions and having the brave conversations. I'm indebted to that. Headroom Sessions hosts live music, poetry sessions, and community conversations. Headroom Sessions provides a space where digitally or in person community is created. Creatives get a chance to get together and get a professional boost, and the legacy of Denver lives on. Remember this, the bottom line is that if the creatives are not here, a city literally dies. It is all about the creatives. Let me introduce myself as the moderator for this particular panel. It is an honor to be in the midst of such luminaries, these giants, to stand among giants. It's something. I, first of all, am a futurist. That is, I am someone that follows trends and consults with individuals and organizations on what's happening in our society over the next few years. And I've written several books on corporate and personal change. I believe in the spirit of Afrofuturism, where the understanding, or Ubuntu, that particular central understanding that we are all connected, will be the direction of humanity. So Afrofuturism isn't a painting on the wall. It is a belief. It is a way of being. I recently released a book called You and the New Normal, about life in the new world that is emerging. Now, I'd like to introduce my colleagues, again, these giants that I have a chance to stand with. Wisdom Amuzu was a 2016 Diversity and Equity Fellow with Rise, Colorado, a 2017 Camelback Ventures Fellow, a winner of the 2017 TFA Social Innovation Award, and he currently serves as the Executive Director of Empower Community High School, an innovative student-led high school grounded in transformative resistance, located in Aurora, Colorado. His life goal is to infuse an African spirit and love ethic in all that he does. Thank you, Wisdom, for being here and bringing your wisdom. Bianca McCann is an MC, poet, digital composer, cultural art activist, and educator. She is the executive director of Check Your Head, a youth mental health organization, a program manager and facilitator with creative strategies for change, and a partner artist with Youth on Record. And currently, Bianca is honing a social, emotional learning and art-based facilitation to encourage trauma-informed care and mental health first aid, that's for adults and for young and for youth, in marginalized communities. McCann also serves on the Tilt West board. She also does this wonderful thing every Monday. She checks in with us, all of us. Thank you, Bianca, for being here, and thank you for being a part of my particular life.
Thank you, Jack.
Lady Speech, who I am truly honored here to be with, is a pansexual, a healer, a writer, a performance artist, an influencer, a sex educator, a poet, an activist, a professional dominatrix. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. A spiritual coach, an event producer, a master of ceremonies, and a mambo in training. She is the founder of Open Mic, Freedom of Speech at Gypsy House Cafe. Lady Speech uses art and spirituality to liberate and uplift Black and Indigenous people, as well as Mother Earth. And I miss seeing you, my love. It's been a minute because of this social distancing. It's messing with me a little bit. So thank you for being here. If this is the only time I get a chance to see you, I'll take it. I want to get our conversation going because, again, the subject matter, for those of you who are just tuning in, it is about Black safety beyond policing. And I want to lay a foundation and for my colleagues to be able to riff on. So give me a minute or two. I'm going to break this down so that we can all think about it and use it as a foundation. While our elected officials do work on policing and policy, that is only one part of the recipe for protecting Black bodies in a society that has used our torture, our rape, our exploitation, and killings as theater. We must now talk about organized, systemic ways we can implement a lifestyle and approach of security, wellness, and protection of our bodies, minds, souls, and spirit. That work must be led by us and partnered with our legitimate allies. In other words, if our formal systems fail us, we must now develop and implement informal systems that not only save us, but give us the tools to thrive and succeed in an environment that did not expect us to be here this long. As a futurist, moderating on a panel about Afrofuturism, which has long been concerned with the safety and sovereignty of Black bodies, I am partial to the idea of visionary thinking. That is, not getting stuck in the drama of the moment, but to use it as a slingshot for a way forward. Now, I want to be clear here. Over 400 years of absolute madness has trained us to only focus on survival. We can't deny that. It has intimately held and tied our psyche to the idea that we had no agency, that our only hope for greatness rested in what white people did or didn't do. In other words, 400 years of brainwashing made us believe that our entire existence is tied to the myth of white supremacy. It's not that our survival skills are a bad thing, on the contrary. They have served us through the harshest of conditions the world has ever seen. But there's another part of our humanity that has atrophied because of this survival imbalance. Our visionary skills. That's right, the way to see forward, to leverage our creative, innovative, and forward-thinking skills must now take center stage. This is not about being darker faces of the version that we've seen so we can be the next Bill Gates or the next Jeff Bezos. We must reject the mind that has brought the world to the edge of economic, environmental, and societal collapse, and now start using the deep inner knowledge that the ancestors dropped in our spirit a long time ago. To paraphrase Albert Einstein, the minds that got us here will not be the minds that will get us out. We now need to reimagine the future with the seed that rests in our hearts. This, in my particular opinion, is where our true security is. It's not only about, or not about what we do, what other folks do for us, which is where the brainwashing has come into play. But it's about what others do with us and what we take the lead in and how we empower not only ourselves, but everyone else around us so that we can create the just and beloved society that we love to talk about so much. We were told over 400 years ago that our only way out of this mess was to die and go to heaven. That's not by accident. It was designed to make us think only in the box that was given to us. Today, I say that we not only think outside of the box, but we must understand that there is no box. We are no longer tethered to the norms and confines and convention of what we were used to. There is no box. Now we can create something really special and entirely new. I say our only way out of this mess is to lead from a higher, greater, and empowered place. In my world, that's true security. I have with me three people who I call seers. In indigenous communities around the world, you had to have seers in order to help the community get clarity about the road ahead. They were able to see things that many cannot. Our desire is that their collective words will help you rethink the immediate future, that's the next couple of years, and go to places you haven't gone before. These seers are Bianca McCann, Wisdom Amuzu, and Lady Speech. So I'm going to start with the questions. I'm just going to go right into it now. In fact, I'm going to start with you, Bianca. I've given my idea about true security, what I believe to be true security, and that is, to me, a vision forward. Without that, we're toast. And that's also a belief of safety for me. Now, share with me what you believe is our true security beyond policing.
Ooh, and you might have seen a big physical response. A lot of my work happens on a somatic level. And so I just want to name that at the top. If you see me moving, but you can't hear me, I know I'm muted. I'm just responding to what's happening. Thanks so much, Chet. That was a gorgeous scene setting and space setting. And as you were going through that, I was thinking so much about our universal training, especially on this continent, but you know, as the influence gets into literally every corner of the world at this point, how we don't take that time, right, to say hello, to say this is the intention of this space. These are the people who are in this space, to name things, to really set healthy and beautiful boundaries for what we're trying to address here. And that within itself models one of the things in my work with creative strategies for change, and then in just my personal world. We've had to consider ways to stay safe, ways to potentially build safety outside of our individual selves in order to survive. And so this is something that I am studied in my own life in real time. And through experience, through seeing, through building, through study, I've come to the belief that the components that are necessary for being able to move past where we are now, to achieve some type of breakthrough, begins in the realm of, ooh, sarcastic people are gonna not like this.
Go for it,
compassion,
go for it.
Humanity, which you were saying about, and I don't know if you saw my response when you were talking about believing in the human family, and like my whole body erupted because it requires that as we have these conversations, the people who find themselves not even having access to the conversation because they don't believe, no, people will always be this way. No, everybody is out. No, we must all have, right? Kind of all the guns got bought up at the top of the pandemic in a lot of communities. And I am not saying that is a bad thing. We can talk about that side of policing ourselves as well.
Come on.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying there were some folks who were like, I'm going to buy a lot of ammunition. And there were some folks who were like, I'm going to learn how to bake bread.
I know that's
I'm going to make sure that I grow this farm full of vegetables and make sure my folks pick up their CSA.
Come on.
And they never let me forget it. Shout out Frontline Farming.
Frontline Farming.
Hey,
Frontline Farming.
there's a lot of ways to mitigate risk. And that's how a lot of my community works to help keep me safe and allows for me to work to help keep them safe, is by creating a society in which we are taken care of. And I genuinely believe that when humans are appropriately taken care of, then we don't want to cause harm to each other. We do not want to take, steal, rape, rob. I believe that usually when we see those things, we are also seeing that somebody does not have what they need. And that increased compassion, that increased belief in humanity front loads this conversation in some ways. That's a conversation that one must have with themselves before this, to say, do you believe that humans can be good to each other? A lot of us don't.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I share that space with you. And I do believe that there is that ability that exists. The challenge to me, it seems, that a lot of this is going on because there was a system on automatic pilot introduced years ago that nobody has checked, and they've allowed it to go unchecked. And then they say, oh, this is just humanity. This is who we are.
Just what it is. Nobody does that. You think that people are just going to show up and help you? And I'm like, yeah, I do. Because I earn it, because I have cultivated, because we have shared language and these different things without community. And that includes policing. And I don't want to, because I so much want to hear from these other two, but me and my love here speech have effectively policed domestic situations, have shown up when there is harm being caused and said, hey, no, or whatever, bus stops, the different ways that we can be interrupters, motivators, healers, genuinely. That looks a lot of ways.
No, that's right. All right, let's get an opening salvo from Wisdom before we go to speech. Wisdom, your concept of what what safety looks like in this day and time.
For me, I think of levels. I think at its most simple.
You're a little low, brother. You're gonna have to speak up just a bit. Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For me, I think of levels. At its most simple, I think safety is freedom from threat, be that physical, mental, spiritual, emotional. The next level for me is actually an acceptance of threat as part of the natural life cycle, and as naturally found in nature. So for me, then that looks like freedom from fear, which is leads to an acceptance. And for me, with that acceptance comes the ultimate safety, which is peace. And actually, there's not more to say. Yeah.
Okay, you know, you say something that very much rings in my head often, and that is the idea that a lot of safety is when you can make plans for the next 18 months. If you cannot make plans for yourself or your family over the next 18 months, you are no longer in a safe situation. I know that people say, well, why 18 months? Because that's what we figured out, what most people make their plans around. The next 18 months. When you cannot make plans, you're in trouble. You're in a place of anxiety. You're part of the precariat. That is, you're in a precarious situation. And there's a lot of anxiety. So what you said, I may want to come back to that, brother. So hang on to that, the whole aspect of peace. Speech, my lady, how are you? Tell me now, break it down for us. What is the whole aspect of when we talk about what safety looks like? What does that look like to you?
Well, everyone said such beautiful things that I 100% echo and, you know, stand behind. Safety and security. You know, first and foremost, I think of two things. Mother Earth beneath us and the healing inside of us. She, they, he, all of the genders that the grandmother encompasses and is the most secure thing we've ever had. Our ancestors remembered that, they knew that. And for me, the surest thing is the earth and the ground under my feet. Understanding, and that surety comes with understanding there is ebb and flow, there is spontaneous actions, there is death there, and there is much life there, you know. Returning to earth, you know, returning to her beautiful danger, returning to her potent beauty, returning to the way she sustains us in every way and through every cycle. When we are born, how we are made from the very particles of her. When we die, how she enfolds us. And if we were balanced, how we would return those bodies directly back to her without all the fuss and the crazy and the money-making aspect of things.
Come on. All with it.
But first and foremost, returning to that, the most secure, you know, white supremacy and capitalism bred a fear of she, a fear of Mother Earth, a fear of the divine femme, a fear of other women, all of it's tied, the abusive women and the abusive she, the earth. But once I began to like really return, once I remembered, once, you know, those things began to be removed, that is the most secure you can ever feel. And then you can, it's security in all the cycles. It's security in knowing that she's here no matter what, when we are living and we are dead. And that is the most rooted thing on the planet. And safety and security, the safety to heal, you know, the safety to repair oneself. You've got to be, and you've got to be in a real secure place, mentally, physically, and all. You've got to be in secure, safe places to do the deep root work, or it doesn't get done,
Right.
It doesn't get done. I remember why it makes me think of a documentary I watched where a lioness was deeply wounded and gutted by a wildebeest, I believe, and like a big part of her haunch was all the way off, and the safari keepers were like, oh no, she's definitely gonna die if we don't like give her the time and the safety to and help her deal with that, and like so they had to trank her and do all that. But the safety to heal, the space to heal, the place to be able to repair oneself, to be able to because it's not just what's happened now. It is we have 400 years of some of the most atrocious, some of the most nastiest physical spell work and oppression on a body. That's a lot. That's a whole lot. So the space to heal. And that's intertwined with Mother Earth. When we look at a lot of indigenous faith, we forget Black people are indigenous to this planet. When we look at a lot of our indigenous faith, it is about the connection to Mother Earth. It is about the understanding that we are her and she is us, and being able to work in communion with her, being able to work, with her instead of against her, which ensures her beauty and her bounty, and that ensures our beauty and our bounty. And she teaches us, and it's not without pain. She teaches Mother Earth is not without devastation. Mother Earth is not without like wildness. Mother Earth is not without crazy. Mother Earth is not without, spontaneous. They ain't without that. But what Mother Earth is always the hell there.
Okay. I know, that's right. I keep telling this to my friends in Boulder. They said, oh, we need to save the planet. I said, the planet is going to be just fine. You need to save the human beings, and you need to save some of them folk up in Boulder. So I'm just saying that. I'm just saying. So let me drill down a little bit, because all of you touched on different aspects of what that safety looks like. But let me tell you about something that you said, a speech about the whole idea that all of this trauma that's happened over the years. I kept thinking to myself how it is genetically remembered, and how it forms a kind of almost a normalization of the fear and the trauma. And I would submit to all of you, my fellow seers, that we have normalized our pain, and those who have caused the pain have normalized the abuse. So while it says, why are you guys complaining? It's 400 years ago. What we're talking about is an ancestral, what they call genetic memory, that has been passed down generation after generation. And you don't even have to worry about, you don't even have to talk about the past 400 years. I have been stopped by the police 7 times since I have been here in the Denver metro area. That's since 1990. I know we were just talking to a gentleman who said he was stopped 30 times. And every time they said that they were running plates. Now, here's the thing. One time I had my 2-year-old son in the backseat of the car. It was a red Subaru wagon, 4-cylinder, a red Subaru station wagon with my son in the back. They came, they stopped my car, they pulled out, they had guns drawn, they had me get on the ground, they handcuffed me while my son was in the back seat, had me sit on the curb, and they said, oh, we thought you were a guy who robbed a bank. The trauma of that, I'm not a victim person. That's just not my style, in the sense that I want to embrace it and hold on to it for the rest of my life. I recognize that we have trauma that has come from our victimization. I recognize that truth, but I don't hold on to it as if I don't lead with my wounds. Let me put it that way. So, but that particular moment has reminded me every time I see a police car, or every time I see a guy in blue, or every time somebody walks around with a gun on his holster, of that particular moment. So I want all of you, and I'll start with you, Wisdom. What do you say to people who are walking around with this unsafety, if that's a phrase I can use, this constant unsafety that exists, that have been has been carried over from some other experiences inside of this particular political system. How do we manage that? That managing that unsafety, because that's the stuff that will show up in our, and when people say they acting out, we're really just reflecting some of that genetic memory. What do we do? How do we deal with that?
Yeah, and that's the stuff that'll kill you over the long run, at that molecular cellular level. One, it doesn't matter how many times you hear the story, you still have the same impact. So part of me is just processing the story you shared. Two, I had to mentally, the advice I give my little brother will always be on a different level than the advice I give our students. I can treat them like little brothers, but it's just different. The advice I gave my little brother is you have to mentally depart from America, and from the very notion of America.
Wow.
And I took my departure formally about a month and a half ago.
Wow.
And since then, all that is you can call it lots of different exercises, whether this visioning, whatever framework we want to apply to it. It begins with the manifestation of the safety of my body. And it does not begin with the wound, the pain, or the downright pornographic obsession with Black pain in this country. It does not begin with that. And if you truly accept that mental departure, you actually begin to feel sorry for the person who cannot fathom someone running down their street while chasing them down with a gun. And you begin to actually have a kind of pity for that person. And I think lots of things, I'll pause there, which for me, actual peace from this kind of domestic terrorism meant mental departure. And I'm working on the long-term plan for that physical departure. Because I've personally given up on the idea that there is any kind of saving for America. But that's just me.
I'm going to go to Bianca next, but I want to say this: you are not alone. Most people may not realize this, that there is a high number of people, particularly in the African American community, that have given up on this idea of America. And your words about a mental departure as a safety mechanism, I've never heard that before. That's extremely profound. Bianca, your words.
It's so profound. There's so much in there. I'm familiar to a fair extent, though, with the mental departure that the US requires. Ooh, we need a better word. When I was overseas last, I was like, I'm from the US. It's cumbersome, right? We want one word. We don't have one because we say American, and that's part of the mess. But I am familiar with the mental departure. In my field, in my world, we call it psychosis. Yeah.
Yes.
And that is something that I have experienced, being out of touch with reality, because that's the definition of that. And colonization would have you believe that it is some big wild something that is unhealable. It's being out of touch with reality. And the Western world is only one approach or modality for mental health, right? Or spiritual, or the non-visible world that manifests through our physical actions, our behaviors. And I feel like and it might seem like an odd parallel to draw, but in a world where I was not out of fight or flight consistently until 2 years ago.
I know that's right. Okay.
I believe, and the amount of privileges that I was either born with or earned, I still call them privileges because it's a privilege to be able to think straight. Even if you did every piece of everything to do it, there's still some people who don't have the equipment to get to a point where they can think straight. Yeah. They're in the middle of environmental like oppression. They are surrounded in box canyons, but instead of mountains, it's factories just dumping on them. And so I work to be really careful of like, it's not that I'm special. It's this wild, unique amount of things that came together that allowed me to survive this hunting. And that's a really key thing for thinking about like what steps for me is recognizing as we come to these maybe knowledge of self points, as we come to these self-care moments, as we come to the concept of healing, or even trying to assess the damage and its impact. Not for any celebration of wound, but simply to say, okay, this is a flood of blood. Where's it coming from? We gotta stop the gap. Like, we gotta, tourniquet something. Because this is, at the point where much, much healing is needed. But in the mental health world and field, that's that mental break, right? Where you can trust your imagination far more than you can trust the reality of this world. And then trying to mitigate, and why I'm so magic, why a lot of my peers are so magic, is because we're able to code switch between full realities of this internal world where I am safe, or maybe I extend it out year by year to say, now in this whole home. Now in this whole home, I am safe.
Yes.
And then I can accept, but it's as soon as I hit that door, I have to be ready for, oh wait, you don't realize this is a crown. You don't know that my body deserves to move in the ways that it chooses. You don't know that I mean absolutely no threat to you unless you start in some, in which case there will be some. That dexterity to go between these worlds of full connection village magic to the DMV. It takes some flexibility and agility.
I heard that. So just riffing on that and what Wisdom said, Lady Speech, the whole idea of being able to check out, and then to have the agility to remain in a place where the psychosis doesn't take over, where you're able to be, what I call that visioning. I call that having a visionary mind, where you can start to see, where you're not caught up into all of the madness, because the madness will drag you down and it will beat you like you stole something. So there has to be this next phase, right? So I want to toss that to Lady Speech. Is there a way we can do that?
I want to, I think there is. But I want to go back a little bit. And go forward into that. Okay. We as traumatized people, we gotta really talk about it. What I tell other Black people who, for their sense of safety, to gather the personal sense of safety, who are being traumatized, we gotta talk about it. We have to talk about actually what happened to us and what happened to us. What happened to us personally? So many Black men need to talk about their sexual assaults, their rapes. Black women are talking about it, and we need to talk about how we get shut down by Black men because they're shut down about their own. We need to talk about the depths of the trauma that we have survived. Not only we are surviving, we're so used to the trauma porn and the way it's presented, and we're so desensitized. We need to process it. We also need to process actually what happened. Slavery was definitely cotton picking in fields and all that stuff, but it was, sex slave spaces. It was hyena stuff, like definitely. Like, I saw you take my baby from between my legs and then feed it to the gator, honey. We need to talk about that. We need to talk about that. As a survivor, it's important to talk about that because I survived child rape and a whole host of other things, exploitation and all kinds of other things by leaving my body, okay? We need to talk about that. And I'm grateful for those skills that got me. I'm grateful that I was able to step all the way the fuck out myself. I'm grateful that I was able to get out and like my brain split in order and did this thing to protect me. We need to talk, but that's not a good space to live in all of the time.
Is that a skill that could
live in all of the time, and we have been living there. So we have to process it. We practice learning about our history and talking about what happened in history by talking about and processing what happened, now, and going back there. There is security in community. We've only ever had ourselves and each other, even when we are highly dysfunctional. We were made to rape each other. You definitely escaped slavery with people who were made to do you dirty. You definitely escaped with people who were just as mentally ill as you and messed you up on the farm, outside of the farm. You definitely did that. And you know what? A lot of us are here because of community, no matter how dysfunctional. There is security, in community. But with that, but before that though, there needs to be healing and ancestry. Number one, we aren't alone, acknowledging that we aren't alone, and our history is peppered with people who, a long history of folks who were not ever touched by colonization. So number one, pulling in on that. Okay. Understanding the fullness of who we are, and there are people who don't have this story, and they are here to assist us. They are here to breathe life into us. They are here to help us. They too are in our bones, just like the tragedy. There is magic here. There is strength here. There are stories here. Yes. When we remember that ancestry, we have an anchor for the deep healing work that we need to do. Just like that trauma has been embedded in, that's not that we can also make sure 7, 8, 9 generations going forward that lessons to that ain't the story no more. But that deep back healing, that deep spiritual healing, that deep for real mental healing is needed. And those anchors will let us know that we are powerful, even when we are facing so much. Yes. Even when we are in the mouth of the lion. Yeah. Even when we are there, we will have those anchors to keep us strong. Yes. We will have those anchors to move us forward into surviving another day or into moving on to the spirit world via death.
Yeah. Yeah, and to make peace with that venture too. Now, let me throw this out at you. The science says that we can break the trauma in one generation. We can actually break the genetic memory code that has been passed down of the trauma in one generation, simply because we decide that we're going to reimagine who we are in this space. Now, so sis, back to you again, Lady Speech. So what tools, somebody's out there saying, okay, I hear you talk about the ancestors, but so I do ancestral veneration on a regular because it grounds me. Yes, it helps me to recognize, as Wisdom said earlier, there was something I could travel outside of this space and I could find safety inside of it. And it's my formal way of being able to do that. What say ye, Sister Speech?
About
what tools can we use in order to get to that ancestral space? If you believe that is a tool that allows us to be able to navigate the madness, how do we do that?
First then acknowledging that you stand on the shoulders of many people. That first off in itself, acknowledging that connection, because they are always with you. They are with you every step of the way you walk on this planet. They're with you from the moment you wake. They're with you always. They have your back, and they are working for your highest good. So that first tool is just that acknowledgement. You know, when you look at indigenous cultures, there is a reverence, there is an acknowledgement that in itself is energy that feeds them and empowers them and allows them to empower you. You know, and that acknowledgement happens in just speaking, that acknowledgement happens in prayer, that acknowledgement happens in meditation, that acknowledgement happens in breath, that your breath is because someone became before you. That acknowledgement happens in understanding your history, making a move towards your history, your herstory, understanding where you come from, honoring those things, you know, and honoring the humanity of the ancestors. It's important to know that not every one of your ancestors is great. The Irish and Scottish blood in my line comes from some very despicable people who were recently disgusting in the owning of the slaves. Now, they're people's people, they're dope.
The
They're
Celtics.
dope.
I heard that.
They're dope. But that first, in that breath, in that acknowledgement. Secondly, if you are spiritually inclined, being instructed with, you know, a priestess or a shaman or a healer on how to build an altar. This is a huge part of many cultural ancestral veneration spaces where you can connect. And that ancestral altar is made up of items that, you know, earth, air, fire, water are usually always represented. But it's a sacred space to connect. You have your, you can have the names of your ancestors, the place where your ancestors come from, you know, possessions of your ancestors, dirt from your ancestors. Even if you had nothing, I began this in a very closed off, isolated space. So all I had was the acknowledgement of my ancestors. I literally had no access to pictures, to anything, to names, to knowledge. But in my heart, I acknowledged that they were there. And that allowed them to acknowledge me. And they drew to me every tool that I needed, because your spiritual team, when first and foremost, the first line in your spiritual team is always your ancestors. And they want you to win. They want you to win. So they will bring you all the tools necessary.
Okay. I'm gonna switch up everything, but I want us to come back to that, because I feel very strongly about that in under anxiety and distress, that there has to be some kind of spiritual grounding that allows people to navigate space. Otherwise, what I used to work over at the Samaritan House homeless shelter. And one of the things that used to happen all the time, people would come into the shelter and they'd be on the verge of a mental collapse. And the number one thing that they were collapsing about was their belief system failed them. They said they did all the stuff. They read The Secret. They prayed the rosary. They went to church every Sunday. They did all this stuff. And they still ended up in this place where they lost everything and was on the verge of just a breakdown. And I had to help them reimagine what the divine, whatever that was for them, to reimagine that. So this, to me, the whole aspect, whether it be the ancestors or how you see a higher consciousness, that to me becomes safety in and of itself, because it allows us to develop some level of mental and spiritual safeguard. Even if we don't necessarily see it like a cup of water in our hands, it becomes really important. But let me switch up just a little bit. Bianca, I'm gonna go to you, and then and Wisdom, stand by on this one, because I really want to hear your words on this. Here we are, we're doing this thing, and we're doing it by way of Zoom because of social distancing, because of COVID-19. People right now, I heard Michelle Obama just say the other day, I am suffering from levels of low-grade depression because of the madness, all the things that are adding up right now. We have a lot of people that are that are standing at the edge of the abyss right now. What do you tell them, Bianca?
I tell them that they are wildly valuable. I tell them that they are wildly capable, that they are an essential portion of our human family, and it makes sense that they're in pain. I tell them that we need them. And even if all they have to offer this earth is tears. The earth wants that. Libations come in many forms. That it is okay to be in an incredible amount of pain. Not okay in the sense that we hope for that to continue, but it's okay if you can't see your way out of the pain that you are in. That saying that is life-saving, cycle-breaking, world-changing to say, I don't know how to get out of this. I know I want out of it. I don't know how to get out. I don't know how to, or, and I have been in places so low. I hope my laugh doesn't seem inappropriate. I laugh in just looking at the journey, you know, my dynamic creative. I'm like, no, it was, woo, laugh at that. It's the only thing you can do.
I know that.
But I've been in places so low where the only thing I had was my pain. And that was an important thing to have, to be able to, and not to say, and I'm thankful for both the privileges and the work that enabled me to get outside of those spaces and be in a place now where I can't imagine going back. Also, life is interesting, right? And so healing is not a given. It's not a given.
Right.
If you don't work for it, you don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to put in the work. You got to put in the work.
Simply put. And that is a really hard thing when we are talking about something like 400 years of trauma. What do you do with that? Where it's like, but I didn't break my lineage. I didn't break my lineage, but I have to fix it.
Yep.
It's not my fault, but it's my responsibility.
Responsibility. Come on.
Yeah, those. Oh, I don't like that one, and I say it every day because, and especially being mixed Black, especially having, you know, I have a white mom. These things matter, and the conversation is so important for, okay, how do my wellness isn't going to look like her wellness,
right?
Actually,
right.
And even within those immediate family points of like, so what does decolonization look like? What does reparations look like? What does re-indigenization look like for somebody who was told that they were white for the same amount of years? That whiteness exists and they are it.
Yeah.
The levels of isolation and potential hopelessness are high. I definitely feel that. I mean, I do racial equity and mental health work in the middle of a pandemic in the US.
Wow.
I'm a single co-parenting mom.
Wow.
I know. And I don't know, and everybody's thing is so unique. But I have definitely had moments where it's like, if I pick this phone up one more time, no. And yeah, you know, where it's just like been a little too much to bear for that moment. And
I want to riff on something that you were saying, Bianca, just about the tears. And most of us know the tears. If we haven't, I'll say this: if you don't know the tears, you ain't done the work. You got to know.
Please cry. Please
cry.
Know.
So, with that as a point, Brother Wisdom, what do you tell the brothers who are back out there going, you know, they're catching hell. You know they're out there catching hell, but yet they have yet to spill those tears. What do you tell them?
Yeah. Quite often, one of the things they don't talk about is the impact of colonization is the replacement of the elder on the street corner with the town drunk or the town philanderer. And especially so I'll actually turn to two successful, based on your definition of success, two men who have also caused a lot of harms, but whose quotes I draw upon. One is Jay-Z, who says, "We were kids without fathers, so we found our fathers on wax and on the streets and in history. And in a way, that was a gift. We got to pick and choose the ancestors who would inspire the world we were going to make for ourselves." And quite often that is, whether we like it or not, as somebody who works with young men, that is the task at hand, is you've got to build your A team. You've got to build your own squad and learn from them. And when you can accept the gift in that, you can begin to cultivate. And now I'll turn to Juno Diaz, again, an imperfect man, who talks about radical hope. And quite often, that's the only time I see a kid. I can tell the kid who has not developed radical hope and the one who has, and quite often with the decisions to make for their lives. And by kid, I don't mean anywhere from the ages of 4 to 44.
Yeah.
And Juno says, radical hope is our best weapon against despair. Even when despair seems justifiable, it makes the survival of the end of your world possible. And what I like about that is it acknowledges that actually, and it's the dying of that, that part of patriarchy you internalized that actually stunted your emotional development. And he finishes by saying, only radical hope could have imagined people like us into existence. And for me, again, I in fact, quite often, I don't even pretend to come out with anything clean. I take words from very messy individuals.
Sure, as we all are.
Exactly. And it gives me a certain kind of, in fact, I find comfort in knowing, because you know what? The duality of violence and beauty is my experience on this earth. Yeah, I just said a lot. I don't even know if I answered your question.
You did, brother. You did. I am going to drill down on that same question again some more with Lady's speech. The whole aspect of how I know for a fact that until we have to do this. Quite frankly, we have to walk and chew gum. I was going to separate them, but I'm not going to do that. Not only do we have to deal with our own personal healing inside of a system that on all appearances seems to be in a failed status, we also have to deal with the misogyny that goes on that has been a part of how we've lived. In other words, we've incorporated misogyny in the same way we've incorporated racism, and how we've incorporated abuse, and how we've incorporated all of these things that are part of I'm not sure if we see it all, and I keep emphasizing this in all of my presentations. We cannot silo these events anymore. They are all part of the same thing, and they're all being brought to the head now so that we can finally do something. But I want to make sure that we emphasize the whole aspect of misogyny in this. Sis, can you help me with this?
Oh yeah, baby, I can. Let's talk about the Eldridge Cleaver effect. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. And because we don't talk about our history, and a lot of us don't know our history, we're not taught our history, these things can happen. So a huge part of slavery was sexual exploitation. Now, definitely we only think of the massa raping the women to beget children, which that was a big business once Africa was cut off. So that was the breeding of women but it wasn't just strangers. It wasn't just, your brother, your mother, your sister, siblings, your grandfather, any viable person was made to do these things that was purposely to break people, to break us, to break a people. That memory is within us, okay? I want to just point that out. Eldridge Cleaver wrote essays about practicing raping black women in practice to rape white women, okay? In the activist community, it has been, I remember a documentary I ended up having the pleasure of seeing, thanks to Ashar Ekundayo and the Pan-African Film Society.
Okay.
And it was a documentary that found so many of the women from the Black Panther movement, and they spoke about how rape was so rampant and how they were all told to shut the hell up because it would hurt the movement. Now, women and femmes made up a large part of the Black Panther Party and were getting run through. For real, though. And it wasn't talked about.
For real, though.
Martin Luther King was famous for having him and his buddies get prostitutes. Let me be clear that I'm pro-ho. I told you I'm a paid dominatrix and unpaid dominatrix. I beat people, white men, for money. We can talk about that if you're interested. If you're interested.
Come on, girl. Come on.
That's my reparations work. We all know this.
That is deep.
So I have no problem and no shade, no shame to the sex workers. But Martin Luther King was famous for going the extra mile and not only abusing women sexually, like exploiting women sexually who were non-sex workers, but paid prostitutes were made to do depraved things that there was no consent for. Some of the things I do in my BDSM life, but it's all with consent. A lot of this stuff they did not consent to and were paid off. This is a legacy that is in also the churches. It's in the masjid. It's in the ATRs, which I am a part of. Okay. It is that ingrained, which was why we got to talk about it, which is why we have to talk about it. Now, here's the thing. When we escaped slavery, we were all very clear who the hell did what and why. Our capacity to forgive each other and see the devil, I can see the devil in you and I can see the God in you. That, my friends, can save us and will save us. But we cannot act like the devil don't exist and wasn't made to exist in each of us because of these systems. We have to talk about it. And we have to talk about the legacy of that type of behavior in our community because it seeds so much. The legacy of Eldridge Cleaver, so many Black men in this community, in the activist community, I've seen it firsthand in so many communities, use these movements to get pussy. We take advantage of natural things that are going on in the brain. Black Lives Matter, extreme movements, the pandemic actually makes humans, all the grief, all the death, all actually psychologically, we want to have sex. We want to get down and dirty. We want to do it. Some of us want to, a lot of us don't, but a lot of us want to. I want to. The pandemic has kept me from a lot of y'all. It's kept me from a lot of y'all. Okay? And I'm pissed about it. We're doing what we're doing. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just being human, but utilizing patriarchy and misogyny to take advantage of people in heightened spaces and like ruining people's lives via sex and using sexism and patriarchy, not okay. Not okay. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about it because our movements get weakened. Now, here's the thing. The AIM movement has similar stories. The Brown Beret movement has similar stories. So we're not going to act like Black people, this only is us. When it comes to being someone who is a sex educator and has spoken about violence against women, most of sexual assaults happen within races. It's very rare that actually people step out of races. So it's not like Black men are more depraved than white men or more depraved than brown men or more depraved. Nobody's more depraved than anybody. It's just human stuff, okay?
Human stuff, sure.
We're in close proximity. You hurt the people who are closest to you, all right? But that has to be absolutely talked to and acknowledged because that's a different, another cross to bear that Black femmes and Black women are going through. Nikki Giovanni spoke to it with James Baldwin a lot about how not only do we got to go and fight like the white man, we got to go and like protect ourselves from our brothers. And it needs to be spoken about because here's the thing. We're still going to stand with you. In domestic violence rates, Black women are actually the highest women in this country to die from our partners because we ain't calling the cops.
Sure. Yeah, that's very true.
We report less. We report less and we're dying higher. If that is not a symbol of we are trying to hang on and love you so damn deeply, even though statistically you murder, hurt, and kill us worse than a lot of other diseases out here. We die more at the hands of our brothers, and we still not calling the cops. We're still surrounding you. The founders of the Black Lives Matter movement are queer women and femmes. We are still out here frontline. You better hear, because I'll shoot y'all after we take care in the revolution. Please know I'll blow you all up if you ain't doing your healing work. I'll let you help us get there. You ain't going to paradise with us though if you don't fucking heal.
So here's what, and I totally, after seeing so much siloing that's happened over the years, this part just drove me crazy. But one of the things that I do see is that in a system, let me stop. Let me walk this back. Let's say you're in a family and it's an abusive family. The father is an abuser, maybe the mother is an abuser. All the children are going to carry what's the old phrase, hurt people hurt people. So somewhere that kind of abuse continues, but one of those children will step out and say, I got to go get some help. I need to leave the family because the family is nuts. I love them, but they're abusive and they're nuts. And once I get to that clarity, I can get my healing. I think we are looking around and we're seeing a society that was based around violence, and abuse and exploitation. And a lot of the things that may be manifest are really cues from the environment that we have put roots in. That's not to say that it doesn't happen around the world. I'm saying that there's an abused child inside of an abused family who is perpetrating abuse over and over because the environment supports it. And maybe what's happening, and as some of my Native American friends would say, that, you know, there's a reckoning that's happening right now, and the country gets to decide what it wants to be. We can find out what we want to be when we grow up. Do we want to continue to try to be abusers? Or do we finally want to do the healing work and start to become something above and beyond anything we ever imagined before? That, to me, addresses the misogyny, the racism, the violence, all of the madness, the wars that we've caused around the world, all of those things. Now they're put on display and at a place where we have to ask the question, what does a healthy way look like? Bianca, what does a healthy path forward wellness looks like in the face of that construct? Because a lot of people want to go back to the quote normal, right? In the face of all of this, is that I'll be glad when we get back to normal, but normal has been kicking our ass. What say you, Bianca?
I don't know any Black women who are saying I want to get back to normal. I don't. When the pandemic and the shutdowns first came, I was hearing a pretty strong message from me and my peers of, damn, this is scary. You know, when it goes down, it hits us the most. And isn't it so great to be out of it for this long? Isn't it so great to be able to be in these spaces that are healing? I have chronic illness and chronic pain. I have never been physically healthier because I am not doing, and I have a very liberated life, I've never been healthier.
Wow.
Yeah, I say that very clearly from all of the body pains and things that come along with the lifestyle. Well, I gotta drive because I gotta go fast because I gotta do the things. And then I gotta work because I gotta pay for the doctor to fix my back from driving because I gotta do, you know, it's just that endless cycle.
Yeah.
It's different for all of us. We know when we feel safe. That's something that we keep like distrusting humans to say, no, it's never going to be enough. It's never going to be enough. I promise when people have enough, they're chill. Like, they are.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
It's just so like, it's maddening. It's genuinely maddening. When people have enough, they're pretty chill.
Yeah.
They're not perfect. We're not perfect. We don't know what perfection is. I don't know who birthed that notion. That's not from my imagination.
Yeah.
But perfection won't exist.
Yeah.
But this much pain, this much extracurricular, that's completely a choice. And like, I'm in a body that lets me know that violence is in many ways inevitable, even when it's its healthiest, right? It's going to eliminate a piece of itself pretty regularly. And that's fine. There are ways, and that's why I know that even violence can happen in balance. Even violence can happen within these natural rhythms by which we can sustainably live. That it does not need to be extracurricular. So safety is that contentment, not endless joy, but safety, having enough, feeling the inclination to extend and share to some extent and connect with each other. I think those are some components.
Yes. Now, let me just add on to what you said before I get to wisdom here. Here's the thing. I think both of you ladies have said this, and I think you did too, Wisdom, that, you know, us doing knucklehead stuff, that's part of the human deal. That you can't get around that. We're going to do some knucklehead stuff. That's okay, granted, let's put that to the side. But when you have a system that rewards bad behavior, what happens is that it's not so much we can get people to behave better. It is a system that says, oh, you'll get rewards by doing that, and we'll maintain it so that that continues. That's really where the challenge is, because a lot of times we believe that if we get people to behave better, to act better, to do the right thing, that somehow it'll make racism go away. But see, that's not how this thing works. It is on automatic pilot. It has a foundational root in doing horrible things, not just here, but around the world. But we've never stopped to ask the question, is there a better way forward? Is there something else we can be doing? Finally, we get a chance to ask that question. And finally, we get to ask to say, what forward, Wisdom? What path do you see, tools, a pathway to wellness?
Do you only speak at an individual or institution?
I think we have to speak of both. We have to speak of it because we know it individually. We're seeing it all around us, but we also know there's an invisible hand at work that keeps it going. So if you can address both.
Okay. For where I'm getting in just this part of my life, it's there's two wisdoms. There's Wisdom the artist, and then there's Wisdom who's trying to build a sustainable institution inside of very violent interlocking systems of oppression. And I believe I'm at the point where I can't just have, I need Wisdom the creative to get into the funk over here. And what that looks like, and I'll ground it in a quote from MLK. And he says, power without love is reckless and abusive, but love without power is sentimental and anemic. And there are days I believe that, days I don't. Most days I do, especially because I'm knee deep in the bureaucracy, just in the shit that is the public education system. And what we're trying to build is a Wakanda in Aurora. And what that looks like, there's first, I won't even talk about the educational outcomes. For us, it's actually, a school is not a school. A school is a means through which we can organize our community, align interests, and build the collective power it takes to materialize these radical visions we have. And that looks concretely like, and these days I'm just in a very pragmatic stage. So
I heard that. I heard that.
Okay. And I'll just share one. We talk a lot about imaginative excellence. And two very concrete things that we're trying to manifest this year. One, it's the Justice League. And the Justice League it's actually a principle stolen from, I don't know about stolen, remixed from Wakanda, which is intergenerational wisdom. It'll be a group of students, parents, teachers, community members, and they basically will make decisions through the Justice Fund. And the Justice Fund is set up for immediate relief for folks who need it during this pandemic. And then B, it's beginning to invest in our families, whether that's through coaching, capital, connections, but invest in actually disrupting, not even disrupting, in birthing generational wealth. Again, this is the practical side of me that's like, I'm not interested. Elon Musk is not going to take me to Mars. And Elon Musk, we ain't going. Let's just be honest. He's not taking us.
They don't have a name with a seat with our names on it. I can assure you.
It's right. There might be, a DI initiative where one or two of us gets to go, but I know most of us are not going. And we got to just get that serious about. We have to start combining love and power and making these sorts of moves in and I'll say this and I'll shut up, non-Oprah fashion. There is a lot of Black wealth in this country. There's not Black wealth that is liberatory, not to the level that we need. Let me get out the soapbox. You got angry on that one. Let me get out the soapbox.
We ain't get angry. We got hype.
Yeah, we got hype. No, we got
do we need to have another conversation?
Before we go any further, I just want to make sure that those of you who are viewing, please ask us questions. There is a question you can ask on the Facebook feed, and we're winding down to some of the last few minutes, so we want to make sure that we at least have the opportunity to address your questions. Some of y'all might have some you might be hating, and that's cool too. We want to hear the hate, but we want to hear the love too. So we have to have both. Now, I want to say this too, that Wisdom said something. I can't tell you how many times I have been approached by other Black folk and brown folk and folks who are sitting there and saying, we must build a Wakanda. When I hear that, what I hear them saying is, I'm looking around at the institutions and I have no confidence. We have to build something better, or we have to transform all of this, because to allow it to continue is a suicide path. I mean, I was just reading something today that the Republicans were working with the Russians in order to elect Trump. And I kept thinking to myself, we're in a completely different place that we don't know what this looks like. So that means not necessarily to go and see if we could get other people to behave better. We have to build up Wakanda. And if we really are serious about safety and security, we have to lead in that conversation. There has to be a different kind of conversation about what that safety looks like. And to me, it's taking away the silos and starting to say, let's look at the overall picture, and then let's look at what do we want? Not what do we don't want, because I don't know about you, Lady Speech, but tell me, I've seen enough of us that go into these areas where we're feeling unsafe, and the first thing we do is that we start to fetishize the whole aspect of what we're against. Mm-hmm. And then we get caught up, and that becomes the battle. The entire battle is about telling people what we don't want. Mm-hmm. What about what we do want, sis?
You know, I think it bleeds into, I've been telling a lot of people, there's a lot of Black people who are like, I'm so tired in the fight. And I'm like, I understand that. But also a lot of us are tired because we fight from a place of anger, which is not sustainable, fighting from a place of pain and anger.
Right.
I love Black people. I love women. I love femmes. I love Mother Earth so deeply, and that is always sustainable. The love of my sisters is sustainable. The love of Black children is sustainable. The love of Mother Earth is sustainable, and that feeds the hell out of me, because I have access to those things that sustain me, that I can feed from, that I can eat from. That it fuels my joy. And we need to want a better world. You have to have joy a part of that. Joy and imagination a part of that. And imagination is made possible with a bit of joy. You know, with a bit of joy, when we only can focus on our pain, when we don't carve out spaces where we can, you know, to focus on the pleasure, when we don't carve out, because that's just as much of a medicine, that's just as much of a healing, and not pleasure in a get lost in your vices type of way, not pleasure in like engaging in all the substances type of way, but true joy pleasure, true, you know, pleasing your inner child, true soft joy, big joy, like things that really like bring a smile to your face outside of your weed, outside of your wine, outside of that, like things that genuinely light you on fire. The wanting of a better world is different because when you are coming from a place of joy, that fuels your fight, but it also fuels your vision and your imagination.
Yeah.
When you're coming from a place of love and you're coming from a place of joy, you are very clear of what you don't want. I fight because I don't like the way we are treated. But when I also recognize I can't do that 24 hours a day. I'm not at every protest. I'm not at every, and I know that like me being loud in public and like loud about my joy is a protest within itself.
Yes.
So understanding those places and showing up in that allows me to sustain me. And it also allows me to vision for the future. It also allows me to say, hey, I don't just want this, I want other things. You know, also understanding my history, also understanding where we come from. I have a friend of mine who's Nigerian and American. And she's like, y'all don't really understand what it's. She was like, I'm not, like, Crete was cool, but I'm not really that geeked about it because I actually know Africa. And like, if we knew Africa, then like you wouldn't have to imagine, and like you wouldn't have to, like, we could build that, you know? Like Wakanda's here. Also, we can never forget Black Wall Street. We can never forget that we have done this, and we have done this successfully and quite fast after not the elimination of slavery, but the amendment, how it was amended, how slavery was amended. We've done this. We know, we're quick, we're smart, we're amazing, we're intelligent, we're dope human beings, just like human beings are. So we've built these things before. I think when we talk about vision, even visioning past that, visioning past like even that, I think a lot of us get stuck in just the capitalistic aspect of it, but really taking that vision even further past capitalistic space, because you know that's what empowered our ancestors, and melding is taking what they have and all of the things that we are and truly building a new future.
Yes. Now I'll say this. Great. That's a great lead into what I want to ask Bianca to next. The whole aspect that I wrote a book just recently called You and the New Normal, and it is based around the concept that we spend so much time talking about the kind of mess that we're in, that we haven't developed, we've atrophied when it comes to visionary thinking. And as I said in my opening, the whole idea that 400 years of telling us to survive has kind of locked us into this space. And so I don't even get invited to parties anymore. They see me coming in and say, he's a futurist. Oh my God, not that guy. Don't let him in. I kid you not. I kid you not. So because I'm some people's worst nightmare, because I want to talk about the future. And when we're talking about the future, we're not talking about 50 years from now. We're talking about the next couple of years. So what that means.
Family, we are talking about the fall winter semester, you know, in terms of like, how are we going to show up? And I literally this morning actually got some like hard information about who is in my village on a regular basis and is going to show up for my child and who is not. All respect to, like, we effectively co-parent. I never wanted that type of shade out there. Is like external layers, but still extremely shocking, extremely painful. And I'm gonna do what we've been doing the same way I survived to this point as a magnificent being, of like, I'm gonna hit up my village and my chosen family. And I'm gonna say, you know, if we don't come through for each other, that's it.
Now, Bianca,
what we got.
I'm gonna push back a little bit on what you just said, Bianca, just a little bit. Now, I know we've been hitting our communities and saying, hey, everybody, you know, we got to get together. I would say that may not necessarily be a winning strategy to this point. Otherwise, we would have a better defense against the kind of madness that's occurring. That's one man's opinion. Is there another way to drill down and make that even more impactful?
Well, and I hear what you're saying, but I stand on what I stand on, or else I wouldn't be standing.
Truth.
So like, that's an important thing for me, but I do definitely hear what you're saying in terms of like, it's limited. It's a limited tool, right? And it will only get so many of us safe, so many of us free. And then talking about levels of sustainability within it. On that, well, no, I really do reiterate that, because parents out here, especially with young children, aren't going to make it through the year.
I know that's right.
So like, that needs to be something that we use. We can build pods. We always have. We call them Auntie's house. We call them grandma's. Yeah. And when we have access to that, right? And that's an important thing that we will need to do in this next couple of months here. Really.
I know that's right. Yes.
Of like, who's got Mondays? Who's got Tuesdays? What are we doing to make sure the little boys are not beating up on the little girls in the space, or that the bigger kids are not beating up on the smaller kids? Because we all definitely know that abuse goes all ways.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But along with those things, I think longer term approaches include, but are not limited to, of course, examining our actual needs, the source of our needs and our wants, and our relationship to power.
Okay.
Our relationship to power, and I see a lot of brilliant and wonderful activists, thinkers, who are like, oh, I read my 48 laws, now I know how to be a winner. And it's like, whoo, hey, fam. What you get from them laws? Like, what is your relationship to power? Because in the end, as these things break down, which they are made to do, as we work to world build,
yes,
if we are just trying to be the ones, that's revolution, right? The next person on top. I want to demolish the top.
Yeah.
I want it more lateral. Like, if we spread out, then everybody gets a view, right?
Yeah. That's I'll say.
So I just want to finish my thought on this.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go.
Thank you so much. And so that's something, as we think about maybe a bit more of a feminine, not female, but feminine approach to leadership, as we recognize that male visibility in this movement is not a challenge. It's not a problem. All right. Maybe there's some other things we want to shift and like reimagine in terms of what leadership looks like, what organization strategies look like, because this one top first thing is going to keep killing us.
Yeah. I'll say this. I love what you said about revolution, because I always say, be careful when you hear people talk about if you're a revolutionary, because a revolution is basically a circle, right? So you got one person on top one time, the other person's on the bottom, and then that switches, that person's on the top, the other person's on the bottom, but the circle, that system remains.
It's still there. Then people are still killing people. Harm is still, and that's the part that gets me. It's, of course, I mean, the specific ways that people are marginalized and specific groups that are marginalized. I'm in a femme mixed Black body. Of course, I care about that specifically, but more so a deep understanding of what I'm looking for is like, where's the fairness though? Like, I miss my human family. I miss my brothers. I miss my sisters. No matter how much pigment they have, right? I miss them. I miss their understanding of their own humanity. And that is, I don't want to be the winner like that. I don't want to be the head of the things. I'm an incredible accidental leader. I was just trying to save my life. And people said,
I heard that. I hear it.
I want us to examine power and really get down to that, because if you want to be the leader, you want to be the next head, you want to show us how it all should go, then you're just trying to colonize me in a different direction.
Come on now, watch out. Okay, so wisdom. How do we quit? How do we keep from reshuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic? What do we have to do now?
For me, it's a radical analysis. Radical, the way Ella Baker meant it, which means keeping a close eye to the root causes of issues. And in this country, I coin it, the United States of Amnesia. Folks have a very short.
Sorry, I thought it was muted.
No, that's my favorite phrase. It gives me laughter every time, and that fills my soul. People got a very short memory, and I love that you called it. You pointed out the revolution, how cyclical it is, and for me, based on your level of analysis, you come to a certain point where you realize, our only hope is to birth the new. And I'm somebody, I do not believe in reforming systems. I believe in birthing new systems. My struggle, again, in the pragmatic side of things, is how do I tangibly do that? And just the real talk is, from 2002 to now, for SpaceX to get where it is, they have received billions of dollars. And I understand that all is not tied to money. And the reality of my world is, I'm still in a capitalist society. Oh, final thoughts. Time is up. I don't want to end on that sentence.
No, listen, we're going to have to wrap this thing up. And I do want to get the final thoughts of all of you. I cannot tell you how much all of you are moving me to the next level. But I want to start with you, Lady Speech. Your final thoughts as we wrap this thing up.
Focus on your healing. I think a lot of this healing people, and as Bianca said earlier, well-satisfied people know what to do. We know what to do. We know how. We know what we need. When we have space to heal, when we have space to get our needs met, we know what to do. There's no need. There's no need for leadership in these capitalistic ways. When a community, things will naturally come together. Things will find their hierarchy. We are animals. We are of the earth, and the earth always finds a rhythm and a way. All the systems that we are participating with, right now go against the earth. They go against and when we really get down to it, we want to naturally be in the rhythm and the way of our mother. So, yes. Focusing on our healing and Black joy, go after it. Go after it. Pursue what makes you happy. Pursue your smile. I am a hedonist, and I don't prioritize my joy over paying my rent, but it is just as important as breathing. Did you orgasm today? Did you smile today? Did you belly laugh ridiculously? Did you get the shivers because of a sensation you gave yourself? Did you have a big slice of Black joy? So much medicine in our joy, so much healing in our joy, so much. So
much. All right. My sister Bianca, final words.
Thank you. And thanks for this space and for your incredible moderation, and to Tilt West and RedLine for creating these spaces. And this was a really, really strong impact on me to see that all of 48 hours is Afrofuturism. Was just, there's a lot of organizations who are trying to say the things without saying the things. And I'm very thankful for that. And of course, Tilt West, who's like, the job is to say the things.
Yes.
Love it. Yes, at a time, it's interesting. I was having a wonderful conversation at one of Frontline's sites, and with Incredible Soul. And we were talking about how prone we are to some of these things. Like, there's people who I know they've been, masking, isolating, and the like, and we're still like, do I touch you? I don't know. What? And I think this is not to say everybody should be as careful as possible, but leading in as much love within pandemic, outside of pandemic, are we really going to call it the racial awakening? That's another panel. Within this racial awakening, because I've heard that term being used a lot. Bless y'all's hearts. That any little bit of thing that you can trust, and if you can't trust anything, go lay on the ground. Go lay on the ground until you can find some sliver of trusting something, and then follow that until you get to some brightness, until you get to some joy and some peace, which literally gives you chemicals that heal some of these wounds. And then you can continue and continue and continue. World building is every second. World building is absolutely every second. And you're incubating.
Ooh, all right, Bianca. Finally, we close out with my brother, Wisdom. Final thoughts.
I do have to echo the thank you for your moderation. This is the first panel where I felt like I actually got to hear everyone's voice. And it's the kind of people I want to know in the non-digital world. Thank you. I'll leave you with 3 words. It's our vision that empower, written by student Jay Carter, and it's the world is ours. That's it.
The world is ours. And I want to thank all of you, just wonderful seers. And I encourage people to seek out the seers. These are people who have a vision forward. They're able to cut through when the rest of us are just doing the day-to-day trying to survive. I ain't mad at you for doing that. I'm just saying we got some seers out here who are able to walk and chew gum. Seek them out and ask them, pull them aside, pull them in your next conference, your next event, so that we can start to look forward. As a futurist, that is my push, to make sure that we have a vision forward. If you're looking around and you're seeing the challenges that we're facing, there is a leadership vacuum that exists right now. And guess what? You've been chosen, so you have to step into that leadership vacuum, but you can't go in it with the same crap that got us here. The minds that got you here will not be the minds that will get you out. It must be a renewing of our minds, our hearts, a new vision forward, a bigger scaled version of that big vision. And I hope that you will all join us as we all, us seers and all those who are listening and watching this, will join us and be a part of this new phase, this new normal. Thank you so much. Thank you, panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the reminders.
Yes, yes.
Hey, everybody. You ready to get down?
Let's do it.
Run it. Hey, yeah.
Feel free to clap along.
Go, a little something.
Let's go.
Something like Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
I've been holding on to you,
way too long.
I'm giving up the ghost.
Moving on.
Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
I've been holding on to you,
way too long.
I'm giving up the ghost.
Moving on.
Dustin Bones. Yo, dearly beloved, we gathered here today to lay to rest all the mess standing in our way. To bury all the ghosts, all the skeletons and demons, all the weaknesses that keep us from receiving better things. Set an intention to
keep more, need less,
and make a way for your blessings. More freedom, less stress. Stop thinking about everyone else.
That's right.
And underestimating yourself.
Come on.
Now take all of your doubt, all your guilt and depression, all your looking for validation in people and possession. Take all of your hurt and all of your fears.
Come on.
Bury all of that right here.
Let's go now.
Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
I'm holding on to you, God.
Way too long.
I'm giving up the ghost.
Moving on.
Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
I'm holding on to you, God.
Way too long.
I'm giving up the ghost. Dustin Bones.
Quit stressing, overthinking, overworking. Free your mind from anything that's toxic. Time to face your fears, never revisit the bitterness, the anger, the grudges you held on to. You gotta leave it all behind. Lock them in a pine box, bury the hatchet, get planted. Solid as a rock, you will grow like a tree when you let it all go and feel free. Get excited about your future, keep on digging deeper to reach your highest potential. Become monumental. It was I again inside, now I'm truly satisfied. I again inside, now I'm truly satisfied. Yeah.
Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
I've been holding on to you for
way too long.
I'm giving up the ghost.
Moving on.
Dustin Bones.
Dustin Bones.
Oh, what a feeling. Now that I can see
but it ain't got love for me. Nah,
Break it down,
nah.
say hey, say hey, hey, yeah, yeah, say yeah, hey.
Come on. Il est temps de changer, enterrer le passé, où les fantômes vont nous tirer dans leur tombe. Il est temps de changer, enterrer le passé, où les fantômes vont nous tirer dans leur tombe. Let's break it down, I'ma dig down, 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 10 feet deep, 20 feet deep, 30 feet deep, bury all those things, grab a hold of me. I'ma dig down, 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 10 feet deep, 20 feet deep, 30 feet deep. That I got love for something, yeah, but it ain't got love for me, nah, nah, nah. That I got love for something, yeah, but it ain't got love for me, nah, nah, nah. And let it all go. Now Angel Black said, we say yeah, we say yeah, we say yeah. And what we talking about? Dust and bones, dust and bones. I'm holding on you, wasted bones. Dust and bones, dust and bones, dust and bones, dust and bones, dust and bones. I'm holding on you, wasted bones. Dust and bones, give it, dust and bones. Say dust and bones, dust and bones. I'm holding on to you, way too long. I'm giving up the ghost and moving on. Dust and bones, dust and bones. One more time, say dust and bones, dust and bones. I'm holding on to you, way too long. I'm giving up the ghost and moving on. Dust and bones, dust and bones. All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Again, we are the Reminders, Asia Black, Big Cement, Carl Carell on the ones and twos. Just gonna have some fun. We're gonna do a couple more.
All right. So we're going to do this next song. It's called King of the Mountain. And when we were little, we used to play this game called King of the Mountain. Mm-hmm. And in this game, it's like everybody's fighting over for this tiny little piece of land on the top of a hill or a mountain. And you really have to like brutalize your friends to get to the top. It really can be a rough game. And so we started noticing when we were adults, it's kind of like people are still playing that game. Like people are operating under this illusion of scarcity. But there's abundance for everybody, and there's enough for everybody to have some. And we kind of are talking to this fictional king of a mountain and saying, down here we all share with each other, and we're all happy, and we're watching you guys fight over this tin crown on the top of a small piece of land. So this is King of the Mountain.
Yes.
There are roads that you walk alone. There are words that you leave unspoken. You built a pedestal in your mind, and you climb up there when you are broken. Your world speeds up, you're in slow motion. King of the mountain. From my window I can see a million people running around, playing, saying whoever's strongest will be king. You fight and fight 'cause you're not free. I know you, but you don't know me. King of the mountain, king of the mountain,
King of the mountain, king of the mountain.
high on a hill in your gilded crown. Your throne is but a moment. Your heart will know no peace. 'Cause every time you turn around,
Another one's coming to cut you down, kick you down,
push you
down,
throw you
down,
pull you
down,
drag you
down,
beat you
down, dig you down.
King of the mountain. Follow me down from the hilltop.
Follow me down from the hilltop.
Down to the place you never know.
all, but you still want more. Look around, everybody's at war. Oh, you think you're on top, but they're coming to take your spot. And why would anybody wanna be up there when the love and the wisdom is all down here? Oh, you thought you had everything, but a crown don't make you king.
Welcome down to the world below. That hill has claimed 1,000 kings before you, 1,000 kings to come.
We never tried to take your throne, 'cause we got kingdoms of our own.
King of the mountain. King of the mountain.
King of the mountain.
Thank you.
I hope you guys are enjoying it wherever you're tuning in from. We are live. From
Shout out to 48
Redline.
Hours.
Yes.
RedLine Contemporary Art Center.
Yes.
Shout out to everybody making this happen, for making sure that even when we're in the midst of this, we still have time to share together and ways to be together. So thank you.
Absolutely. Let's take it back to Denver, Colorado. Place we call home.
Yeah. I came from the land of the mountains, where rivers run and flowers smile. Mother Moon kissed me every night. Now I'm living in a land of luxury, where stars leave the sky to walk the streets, and I wonder why my heart is deep in shadow. Oh, I know a lonely, deep and cold. It makes me want to go. Oh, I know a lonely, deep and cold. It makes me want to go. I just wanna go, so I beat my drum till morning comes. Then again until I set the sun. I sing my sacred song as a message on the wind to tell my king I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Cracks in my heart, crown on my head. Watch the pawn, I'm as good as dead. If I got no one close enough to see. And I can't see past the end of my reach. The ones I love that I can't touch, too far away to hear them pray for me. Oh, I know a lonely, deep and cold. It makes me want to go. Oh, I know a lonely, deep and cold that makes me want to go.
I've been gone so long, finally on my way. Countdown, warm welcome, celebration day. I carry wisdom in my scars and bitter marks of what I've been through. A blackbird, rebirth, flying back to you. Salt of the earth, I was caught up in the whirlwind. Wrestling for heaven, trying not to let the world win. Miraculous escape, great shape, divine mercy. Purify my soul, stay faithful on the journey.
So I beat my drum till morning comes. Then again until I set the sun. I sing my sacred song as a message on the wind to tell my king I'm coming home. to the place where I belong.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your time, your love, and your energy. We are the Reminders. Asia Black, Big Samir, Carl Carell.
Shout out to RedLine Contemporary Art Center once again to
Absolutely.
48 Hours. It was an honor, a privilege, and a blessing to be here, and we send peace to all of y'all. Much love.
Peace.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Louise Martirano, and I'm the Executive Director of RedLine Contemporary Art Center. Thank you so much for tuning in today for our 48 Hours of Socially Engaged Art and Conversation Virtual Summit. I hope you are leaving today's program with even more curiosity than you entered about the creative and an expansive genre known as Afrofuturism, which is RedLine's 2020 and 2021 theme. So we hope you stay tuned for future events that engage themes of Afrofuturism as well as exhibitions that we have coming up. I want to take this moment to deeply thank my program staff, Emma Etchison and JC Futrell, for making the summit possible and putting in all the hard work. Also for our new and longtime program collaborators who helped participate to make this program so robust and so rich with conversation. A shout out to our special musical guests, the Reminders. Thank you for the incredible performance and your time. I also like to thank our sponsors at Denver Arts and Venues, Bonfi Stanton Foundation, the Dave and Laura Mirage Foundation, the Scientific and Cultural Facilities District, and of course, Colorado Creative Industries. Thank you all for your support and for making this program possible. I also would love to close by congratulating our Arts and Society Grant Awards for the Accelerated 2020 cycle. The funders of Arts and Society got together right after COVID caused massive shutdowns and decided it was necessary to create a second funding cycle to help organizations who were helping so many create amazing projects that engage cross-sector work through the arts statewide. So those grant recipients are Rural Urban Civic Artist Fellowship, 5 Point Film Youth Voices Project, La Alma Community Mural Project, LEAD, Full Circle, Rebuilding Community, Just Us, Stories from the Front Lines of the Criminal Justice System, Accessible Arts for the Deaf and Blind Communities, Sojourn, an art journal, The 400 Project, Montbello Fresh Low Cultural Hub Development, Youth Empowerment through Hip Hop and Dance, New American Stories, Expansion of the West in Southwest Colorado, Ute Mountain, Ute, and Southern Ute Culture, Art, and History represented publicly in Mancos, Destination Freedom, Hi. Stories from the front lines of the criminal justice system, Accessible Arts for the Deaf and Blind Communities, Sojourn, an art journal, The 400 Project, Montbello Fresh Low Cultural Hub Development, Youth Empowerment through Hip Hop and Dance, New American Stories, Expansion of the West in Southwest Colorado, Ute Mountain, Ute, and Southern Ute Culture, Art, and History represented publicly in Mancos, Destination Freedom, Black Radio Health Explores Health Disparities, Creative Generations, Connecting Older Adults and Youth in Rural Colorado, Wild Home Community Book, Punk Pan-Indian Romantic Comedy, Somos We Are, Unstoppable, a hip-hop virtual youth choir featuring the Reminders, Art Partners, Pathways to Excellence for Young Musicians of Color, CoronaVox, Tales from the Front Lines, Stories of Immigration, Art Allies, Using Performance to Change the Narrative of Poverty and Homelessness, Restorative Theater, Project Joy Bomb, 17th Annual Indigenous Film and Arts Festival, Artists and Veterans Work Project with 3D Design for Community Development, Visiting Artists Series, and si se puede. Please check out RedLine's website, our artsandsociety.org, to see the organizations and artists behind these amazing projects that will be happening all next year statewide in Colorado. Thank you all for joining us for 48 hours of socially engaged art and conversation. We hope you enjoyed yourself. We hope we'll see you next year, and thanks so much.
King of the mountain.
Barcelona.
Welcome to